Vesper. Nice try. So what I asked you, and I'll get back to you, Daniel. I'm not getting away from it. I just want to call out the retard in the chat. So these companies that he's referenced, my question to him was, name a company that took on no subsidies, received no bailouts, and didn't have regulatory favor with regulatory agencies appointed by the government. Which, by the way, these regulatory agencies are populated by lawyers that formerly worked for these companies, and so it's a very corrupt system. The fact that you're anti-corporatism, Vesper, and you don't know these things, it's crazy to me. But I want to quickly just ask you, Vesper, are you confident? Scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not confident at all, 10 being the most confident, that the companies that you listed in your Google search to make your argument, are you confident that they didn't receive any funds from the government? Because if you're confident of that, I'm going to end up damaging your confidence. But if you're not confident, there could be a learning here, and so I'm just kind of curious how you want me to approach this.
So I think where you're going with that is those companies are not exempt from free market because they were supported by a government enterprise, right?
Well, the question was for Vesper, and he can't type fast enough in ChatGPT to get a response to me. So I will deal with you then, Daniel. Yeah, those are not examples of laissez-faire capitalism. They're clear examples. Any company that takes a monopolistic position in the U.S. always has the government's hand in it. And that's something that the Vespers of the world and myself should be able to agree on. He sees that there's a problem with monopolies. I see that there's a problem with monopolies that were aided by the government, which, by the way, that's 100% of the monopolies. And to Lou's point, Lou had said, and I'm glad that he said it, that monopolies aren't inherently bad. If you show me one that became a monopoly, you organically through free market by providing the best product at the best price, and the consumers want it, fuck yeah, let's jump all over that. I have no problem with that.
But Roger, isn't there the other side of that you could say because the government is so fucking way too involved? At some point, they were actually making it more difficult for businesses and kind of fucking them over, at least early on. And then we got to a point where now, they're like large corporations, and the government, doing what it does, it makes barriers to entry even worse. With I can't get my head to see it just through this very simplistic. It's like, okay, the government.
I actually think you're seeing. I think
you agree with that.
And Lou, I think you're seeing some of it. I think you're just not connecting the dots for yourself. You're seeing the fact. You're seeing the fact that when the government helps a corporation, they're impeding on the free market. When you help a large corporation, I'm just gonna move you, okay? Because you don't know how to stay on mute. It's fucking weird. So Lou, if you help a corporation, right? You're by default you're being punitive to the competitors in that space. So when you protect one company, you're harming other companies. Okay? And hold on, yeah. But the other side of that argument, which you brought up, is that if you were regulating a company and you were putting regulations on them, you're harming that large corporation. So the thing that you want to be able to do is make sure that the market can be able to compete. The marketplace of ideas. If the government can decide who the winners and the losers are, companies don't have to win over consumers. They only have to buy off politicians. And so you've got to be really careful of the system that you design. If the incentive structure is, I only need to build a company that gains favor of this particular politician or that particular political party, then I don't have to do anything right for my employees, for my stakeholders, or for the customers. It's banana.
Yeah, but dude, come on, this is like you have to build an insanely large company to be like in favor with a politician. But this is the thing that I want to say.
No,
Like,
no, wait, Lou, you're wrong. You don't have to build a successful company at all. You don't have to build a profitable company. You only have to have good collusion with the government. Do you remember Solyndra under Obama? Do you remember all the money that went into funding a company that did nothing?
Sure, without a doubt, there's definitely cases like that. A lot of government contracts, for sure. I'm speaking more like broadly, so just like in general in the market, not specifically government contracts. But like I do think that like these look, they become corporations not because when they become corporations, they're not necessarily competing as much for the consumer and offering the best product again. But I mean, they were 99% of them. Like they were the most efficient and effective, which is what allowed them to ultimately get as big as they got. And then yes, it fluffs out. The government gets involved, and now they basically regulatory capture is like one of them.
Can I ask you a question? What is 666 times 1,000?
So yeah, like I do think the
What are you gonna answer?
dude, 666,000 con. It's a retarded question.
You'd be surprised how many people can't answer that.
I know.
I know you gotta get a calculator. So,
Yeah.
Listen, we're getting a lot of
It's
heart
not even
emojis.
math, it's words at that point.
We're getting a lot of heart
Really just-
emojis from that question. But Lou just tickles. I just gotta ask one more question. If you were the president or the king of America, what would you do for your
No
people?
idea. No idea. I would never want to.
America does not have kings.
Roger, I mean, you are arguing with a guy, Lou Tickles, who says that
It's logisticals.
that definitively aliens exist.
You think there's no other life in the universe? Aren't you thinking yes?
Within the 6 point, no, not an alien.
This is the. Oh, okay, never mind.
200 billion stars, 2 trillion galaxies, 4 octillion stars, 1 billion 6 planets, 6.4 octillion planets. Yeah, there's probably life.
Okay, yeah.
That's
what I said. I just said.
Yeah, you said you can get it definitively.
Yeah, it's basically it's a guarantee, effectively.
Alright, let's. Is there a guarantee that they live here?
Well, that's a separate thing.
Yeah, but it's well, if we all acknowledge, I would imagine that we're all intelligent enough to acknowledge that the likelihood of life on other planets is almost guaranteed. It's a mathematical certainty.
I mean, fold space time, wormholes, 300,000 meters per second. I mean, you'd have to be one of the two.
Average people, and that's understanding myself, but I'm just neutral. I'm neutral on this whole thing.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to ask. I want to pass the mic around a little bit. Abdul had a question. I don't know what it was. He asked if he could ask it. Let's get his question. Abdul, what do you got?
Yes, hey, how you doing? Well, I really like everything that you said. I'm actually an accounting student. I'm about to graduate with a minor in economy. We faced some issues when we were studying about economy. We saw that the freedom of the American market is decreasing badly because they are actually looking at other markets in other countries and they seeing that state capitalism is some kind of way working out in other countries. My question is, the reason why I'm asking that is Trump kind of introduced the idea of the U.S. government investing in the stock market. I know it might create a chaos, but I do want to hear what you think of that.
I want a complete separation from the state and the market, the same way that atheists want a separation of church and state.
That's a good answer.
But my question is, how would you solve the issue of the debt and the debt issue of $37 trillion?
Well, the first thing you got to do is stop borrowing, and the second thing you have to do is stop spending. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes, and we spend $7 trillion. We need to pass a balanced budget amendment. That's first and foremost. We need to stop spending money that we don't fucking have. $37 trillion is the debt that is owed. And as John Kitover can tell you, who's running for Congress, there's $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So paying off the debt, I don't think that's going to happen. If we start thinking about how to solve this problem, we just need to directionally improve, because if we continue this snowball effect, we're going to get to the point where right now the third largest line item in our budget is the interest on the debt. As we continue to spin ourselves into this hole of $2 trillion of additional debt every year, the interest on the debt is going to become so big that the interest will be the largest line item, which will mean that we won't be able to spend money on the things that we need to spend money on. And so I don't think we're going to solve this problem. I think at some point we're probably just going to give a middle finger to corporations, to people, and certainly foreign governments, and just say, hey, we don't have the bread. I think that's probably what's going to happen, because if you think about this mathematically, and I know there's not a lot of math majors on this stage, but 37 trillion, even if you factored away the interest, right? If you had $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, right? For 37 years, that takes you 37 years to pay that off. But when you factor in interest and the fact that we haven't slowed down the debt, it's virtually impossible. I cannot fucking imagine a world in which we pay this off unless AI takes over to the point where we become so fucking efficient that we're able to pay these things off in unimaginable ways. The other way would be, and this is probably even less likely, if we were to harness a comet and we were to draw the materials from it. We would get rare materials, and if we were to harness it and we were to take advantage of that, although the problem with that is that if you introduce more of these substances, the value of it is going to decrease. So I don't know how you're going to fix this problem. I'd love to understand, for somebody that's studying this stuff today, how you propose to solve this. All I could say is that we had a poll the other day, how many zeros is in 37 trillion? And a lot of people got that wrong. The answer to that is that there's 12 zeros in 37 trillion.
There's 2,000 years of natural gas on the moon and Titan. We could do that.
Yeah, so you would have an issue with us, quadrillion, like gold or something. I mean, I know I would have an issue with it, but I'm surprised you would, Roger.
So Roger, I actually do have a solution to this.
Oh, let's hear it. Hold on. John Kitover, please take notes. You're running for Congress. We need these ideas.
John here?
Yeah, John Kitover's running for Congress, and he's right here. He's listening. Yeah.
That's you, John. Okay. John, if you end up looking at this and you agree, you are going to benefit from a lot of super PAC money that's going to go to exactly this plan, which is to look at an entire bucket that's all along the heart and soul of what you're talking about transactions. A perfect example, when you brought up what happened to the drug dealers and everything else, is to have everything on the transactions, but there's an issue. That there's a monetary economy that has a number attached to it that you're not measuring in everything that you're looking about where the money comes from. This monetary economy couldn't even be measured before 1989. And it is massively larger than the real economy, where we measure GDP and do all that stuff and pay our taxes in, and the real economy we live within every day, where we're all overtaxed. And we have a monetary economy that's grown massively, and it's so fucking large that if you put a tiny, tiny transaction tax on it, you can get rid of virtually all the taxes in the real economy. To exactly what you're talking about, the only thing that's missing, the only thing that's different, is that the bucket is much, much bigger over there. The monetary economy is untaxed. And when you figure that out, and you figure out a tiny tax attached to it, this is what some individuals who put together the idea to do this that we found and spent 100 hours of research on it, by the way. So we're either stupid and drunk Kool-Aid, or we actually know what we're doing. And we're going to raise a super PAC on this very idea of how to end the debt in 8 years by taxing the monetary economy. something that most people have never heard of, have no idea of. They also
You're talking
don't.
about Forex?
It does
I don't
include
know.
it does include mortgage-backed securities. It does involve stocks. It does involve all the transactional monetary economy that makes the world economy work. And no matter what happens with tariffs, you notice that's where the modulating fact comes from now is in the markets, no matter how much they try to regulate it. And I do think they do have to be fair markets and some basic minimum regulation. It should be clear what the fuck it is. But this is a big fucking hole that Scott Andrew Smith, who's the author of this plan, came up with. And reached out to me a couple of years ago, and I started to pay attention to it. And it's 270 times larger than the real economy of the GDP. On some days on foreign exchange, for example, and there's lots of other kinds that we can look at, on some single days on the foreign exchange markets, there's as much passed, sometimes more than 7 trillion in a single day. When we talk about 38 trillion or whatever, 7 trillion in a single day. And that's more than the entire New York Stock Exchange an entire year's transactional value. Like, we've invented all these ways to move money in so many different kinds of weird packages and letting all these, things benefit from it. But the systems that it's riding on are getting the fucking free ride. It's not poor people are lazy. I mean, we would disagree on that, Roger, and I don't think like taxing more gives them more incentive, but we don't have to agree on that. If we agree on fairness about who's getting a free ride, the monetary economy is getting a free ride on the old world real economy. That's what I think needs to be rebalanced. And if it does turn out to be feasible, fiscally feasible, to actually tax that economy and lower taxes for everything else, you might have a fucking solution.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause you right there. I know John's probably gonna want to respond to that, but I want to say something to Vesper, probably the dumbest person that's in this room. He said, well-governed mixed market systems are best able to pay down national debts. So we have a mixed market system currently, and we have $37 trillion worth of debt. So Vesper, the utilitarian Gnostic atheist, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, respectfully. But if John wants to respond to Daniel, now's a good time.
So Daniel, I mean, you believe in an infinite bubble, because a couple of days ago you told me that you believe that people should be able to request however much money as they want. It's set to an expiration, and the people who receive that money in the transaction, let's say a car dealership, it won't expire for them, but it'll expire for the people who made the unlimited request for that money. I mean, that is your economic solution, correct? Am I wrong in what you said?
You are wrong when it comes to ending the U.S. debt. These are two entirely different things. That's an experimental in the lab project of how to create universal income without government or taxes. So we're mixing apples and oranges. That's a fantastic idea or not. But what I'm talking about is fiscally being responsible for the fact that there is a gap, there's a hole. Mr. Future Congressman, I hope you are, no matter what your positions are to understand this, there is a monetary economy and a real economy. The monetary economy has zero tax on it, and it's 270 times larger. That's a gap. That's all I'm saying.
So you're basically, I don't want to say basically, are you talking about just literally tax transaction, just a transaction purely like Forex? Like you're saying that should be like
Yeah. Forex is everything in the monetary economy. It's much larger than most people realize, and a tiny tax because it's so much larger, and you'd be able to get rid of all of income tax for sure. That would just be extraneous at that point, totally. Okay, I've done the math on this. Like I'm not talking out my ass. Like we spent a lot of time research. I do due diligence on companies for a living generally, so we know what we're doing here financially. And the numbers show.
What company do you work for, by the way? What do you guys do there?
Well, hold on. Let him finish, and then we can ask some questions.
Well,
Daniel, no, it's fine.
It's fine.
Hold on. Okay, all right. You know what? It's time. It's that time again. Everyone stay on mute, please. Everyone stay on mute.
Oh my God.
I'm going to read the rules of the room. So, no threats of violence.
Mental breakdown.
Well,
take this.
hold on. If that guy interrupts again, I'm not only going to remove him, I'm going to block him, and then I'll write a letter to Joe in community and have it blocked from every room. Let's see.
I talked to Joe earlier, and he was telling him about you. He's sick of you writing letters to him, dude. Quit writing letters to Joe, dude.
Yeah, okay, got it. This guy, I'm gonna write a letter to him right now, but I'm gonna write a letter when you're in the audience. But because of you, the whole room has to suffer. This is actually a very effective way to get people to conform. So we want to talk about the rules here because of the interruption. So rule number 1, no threat to violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, I hope everybody listens to this one. Keep your shares brief. Number 5, this is another one that you're going to want to listen very carefully. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate, like I'm doing right now. Number 7, the N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. This is probably only going to be a problem for Lou. The rest of you are probably going to be good. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. I think that one's self-explanatory because I only speak English and I wouldn't be able to monitor the chat or be able to do proper moderation if I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and, oh, did somebody want to interrupt me? Who was that? Who was that? Who was that? Oh, all right. So let's go to Daniel to finish up with what you're saying, and then we'll pass the mic around. Thank you.
Just simple. I just want to get a discussion out there that there's this gap. There's something called the monetary economy. We can define it. It's not taxed. It's missing a big gap of what could be totally honest, sincere, fair revenue with not much of a burden, and it would clear up a lot of other burdens. I think it's worth an experiment.
All right. Let's take a quick little opportunity. Vesper, can you explain to the room what a utilitarian Gnostic atheist is?
Why are you hung up on that exactly?
Because it's a stupid term, and I want to hear you explain it in a way that would make you less stupid. Go ahead.
Like, what does that have to do with politics?
That's a good question.
Economics?
It's good. Well, you don't understand economics, so I think this pivot might actually serve you well. So why not an agnostic atheist? Why do you want to take the position that God doesn't exist?
Because I know that. I'm not going to pretend like I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So you know that your position is God doesn't exist. So when you make that claim, the burden of proof is on you. Go ahead, tell the room your proof.
Supernaturalism itself presents a logical contradiction, which means it cannot exist. Nothing supernatural can exist.
So something coming from nothing would be supernatural, wouldn't it?
That might be an example.
What do you define as supernatural?
Hey, Vesper, before you can definitively state that you know God doesn't exist, do you think you could just simply solve for Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis? Could you do those two things real quick? It'd be real simple. Since you're the all-knowing being, Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis, or Riemann, whatever you want to pronounce it. It depends where you're from.
Why do I need to know all things in order to know some things?
I'm just wondering. I mean, you can't solve for that. You know definitively God doesn't exist. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're effectively explaining where all things didn't come from. Or, that's not the right way to say it. I don't know if we're here if you're going to say supernatural. I'm not saying that must implicitly imply God. I believe in God, but I get the argument. Actually, for there not being, but not that there's not a creator. Something set it in motion. So what is it?
You're talking about a first cause? I don't believe there's a first cause.
It could be a sequence of events. It doesn't have to be a guy in the sky.
Yeah, I don't believe in causality at all.
Don't you know that the singularity is now, and Lou just tickles here is one of the foremost Clubhouse AI experts?
What? That's not. Um,
Lou just tickles. Let me ask you a question, Lou. What's your favorite AI platform at the moment?
what are you, like a hard determinist, or you asking me? It's not on my particular platform. What would be my favorite? Like, are you asking me what model I like the most?
I'm just saying, have you seen the
This
movie
platform, right?
Virtuosity with the guy from Gladiator? You haven't seen Virtuosity? It came out in 1995 with Denzel Washington.
Phenomenal movie.
Love me Denzel.
Oh, really? It's got Denzel?
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's what about Denzel. I don't think I have. It's Virtuosity.
Can you elaborate on the?
Griffin.
Can you elaborate more on like the premise of the movie?
Well, I think, with regards to the title, when you look at the word Gnostic, I mean, that's gnosis, which is knowledge. And wisdom is the best knowledge. So if you want to know God, you got to know wisdom.
Are those two things synonymous?
In Judaism, the Torah is so precious, and the Torah is wisdom. So, what is the source of wisdom?
A goddess named Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, transliteration. There's a lot of languages that are saying the same things.
Like Solomon goes on and on about wisdom as a figure, Sophia as a goddess that he's in love with.
Yeah, well, Sophia is beauty, which is one of the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. And, what is the capital of Turkey, Sophia? So, I mean, it's global.
Hey, Roger, I just wanted to say one thing. What you were talking about with the sales tax is exactly what I'm talking about. Could happen, and if we ever want to have a room about that sometime, we could really break it down. There's going to be a very big effort around it.
I'm happy to talk taxis, and by the way, the Brain Trust on 4 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday is going to be having a room specifically about taxation. You should show up for that.
What date is that?
On Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time.
I will be there, Brent. Thank you for the invite. Talk to you then.
You left one thing out of the whole Roger is love. Love is God's love.
Well, okay. Put that in the chat.
But, who here can tell us what a utilitarian principle might be? Is frugality a utilitarian principle?
The greatest happiness principle is what utilitarianism is about.
Well, there's this amazing book. I brought it up once called a bookstore once, and it's called The Practical Necessities to Demand Everything. And it's in the end, we weren't greedy enough.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm asking, is it patriotic to be greedy as a nation?
I would say greed is a vice rather than a virtue. Capitalism tries to turn it into a virtue, though.
Capitalism doesn't speak about this at all.
You don't think capitalism rewards greed?
I think that if you are a good operator, you can be highly profitable. You can make a lot of money, and what you choose to do with your money, you can be incredibly generous with the proceeds, or you can be incredibly greedy. Those are your options. Capitalism is the only economic system that allows you to succeed or to fail.
Yeah, that's kind of my goal, to use capitalism against capitalism.
perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's about being just, and more importantly, it's about being better than any other system that we've ever come up with. Now, if you come up with a better system, that's fine. But hanging out with people like Randy McDickerson is not going to help you come up with good ideas.
It's all hunky dory if it's equitable and fair, right?
See,
But it's
this
gotta
is
be regulated
this
in
is
order to be that way.
this is where I have to disagree with you on that, Mojo. I think capital surveillance or surveillance capital, in terms of having recordings of Rabbi McDickerson, is valuable. To have a sample of something that's living, which is as rare as a star, is a good signature, recognition or recording. I mean, you know, I'm just saying that every man and every woman is a star. So,
Are you guys aware that Randy McDickless threatened to rape Am Hero's underage daughter? Are you guys aware of that?
no, I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah. So these are the people.
That's so extreme way to phrase it.
No, that was what was said.
She's also going around calling him a pedophile, which he's obviously not. And so he said, yeah, I'm gonna fuck your daughter if she turns 18.
Wait.
Those type of statements.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
just
no,
explain.
no.
Let me just explain this. Any guy that would say that clearly is only saying that online. And here's the great thing. That guy will never, in a million fucking years, ever talk like that to a man, woman, or child, face to face. He's the biggest fucking coward on this fucking app, and for whatever reason, you're friends with him. Explain yourself.
So I've been to Jordan twice, and I know Jordanians.
Hold on. So if someone's going around calling you a pedophile, don't you think it's like a bit ironic that that's what he said back to her? Because that's what she was doing to him. She was calling him a pedophile. I don't remember exactly for what, but nothing to do with that. And so he said, like, I think it was wrong. I told him to do this.
Well, I hear.
But he said, I'm gonna fuck your daughter when she turns 18, which we all agree that's legal because it's a magical number. It's you're 18, everything's legal now. But yeah, she should have said it was wrong.
Well, I mean, how do you recognize death threats all the time?
Like take contention with it being 18. That's fucking wild.
Listen, Pepe says he wants to kill hitchhikers and burn their bodies in acid all the time.
18th birthday, like if you're completely like an adult, or the day before you're not, I think that's silly. It's not really.
No, it's just the vitriol and just the way you said it. It really came across like you wish it was younger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, why you're.
So what is this? A gaslight app? Are you saying that this app is used to gaslight people? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it sounds like they're saying that having sex with an 18-year-old.
Why would an adult male speak to a woman the way that he spoke to her?
Oh, look, I have a very different take on Anne. I don't want to be disrespectful to Joe, but like I'm not a big fan of hers. Some of the things that she's done, the way she's acted, and for her to just leave it at that. I don't like her. You can not like my friend. We can still be friends.
No, well, hold on. You can have whatever agreements you want. I like. Look, this app's gone through a lot. I've had grievances with her in the past, but I also think that I think that she's proven over the last several years on this app to navigate it as a pretty good actor. I think that when she first got on the app, that probably wasn't true. That being said, I think the last 3 years or so, she's probably one of the most pleasant people to be around on this app. And if you have a different experience, that's fine. But even if you think that she's a piece of shit, why would you be friends with someone that would talk to a woman that way?
And about a child.
Well, again, like she was calling him a pedophile. He's not a pedophile.
Well, I
I think
have
it's
been.
serious to call someone a pedophile. Like in my opinion, if they're a pedophile,
Walks like a duck, talks like a duck, looks like a duck.
Some people disagree with that.
I have recorded more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody in this room right now, and I've been kicked out of more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody else. And I gotta tell you, all the time that I've ever spent recording Rabbi Randy McDickerson has always been a total waste of time.
I don't know, man. I just think, I think grown men
He's
should
a
have
troll. He's a joke.
well, no, he's not a troll. When you talk to a woman that way, no, that's not being a troll. That's not being a troll. Being a troll is to it's more of a playful thing. There's nothing playful about talking to a woman that way. To say that you're going to have sex with her daughter, like why would a grown man say that? Her daughter's 11 years old. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's why.
Well, yeah, it's fine, fair enough. But again, he said specifically when she's 18, and she's calling him a pedophile. She's going around saying he's a pedophile. I think both are wrong for doing what they did.
There's no explanation. You can listen to 1,000 people on this app and come to the same conclusion.
What's up? Ro, what do you think? A grown man telling a woman that he wants to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter when she turns 18. What do you think of that? I mean, you're a father. Like, if somebody said that to you, you have a problem with that?
Yeah, the person's a sick fuck, should be locked up, and locked. I don't know. That's a sickness.
Or, see, I wouldn't agree with
Why?
that. Like,
Why? I mean,
feeling
is that a
sickness.
serious question?
Exactly. Exactly. So to accuse someone of that,
It's Lou's best friend. Said that.
yeah, it's right, yeah. Everyone knows that. Like, my best friend. I've known him for like 4 years. It's a serious accusation.
He's your clownhouse bestie?
Oh, yeah, Randy. Fuck yeah.
Okay, so serious question. Have you guys engaged in the Destiny Big Boy test before?
No, not really.
Not yet.
Who's actually sickest, by the way?
Who's said
Well,
to her?
Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
Okay, yeah, go.
To her.
To Ann. Not her.
She was calling him a pedophile, and I don't know, I forget why. I know she was blaming him for, a certain kind of photos of her being put out there. But, that's, she put it out there quite a bit herself, to say that. And so, yeah, she, overreacted. He obviously overreacted.
Do you know what the definition of doxing is? I'll just tell you. It's rhetorical. It's disseminating or releasing and publicizing private and or public information. So that would be doxing.
Who doxed him there? Neither one of them doxed him.
Put out
Or something.
photos, disseminated.
No, he didn't. She accused him of it.
Well, that's what you just said. You said she put the photos out and then, or did
No.
you accuse him of putting the photos out or disseminating it, and you said, oh, well, she already put it out as he is.
Yeah, so who would be doxing there? She accused him of doing it.
Did you not hear the definition?
Yeah, maybe I'll say it again.
Yeah, okay, I'll say it again. It's fine. Disseminating private and.
We'll say the organism environment.
Okay, well, guess what?
Then
Right,
all the things
exactly. She's accusing him of doxing. Does that mean that he did it?
that is the real sense of comedy.
Okay, we're all gonna stop.
So when Hannah,
Freedom
What the fuck
from
left
being
yeah, fair enough, I get that.
it involves a change in your thinking.
People,
It involves, in other words, you're getting rid of the habit of thought whereby you define yourself as the result of what has gone before, and instead get into the more plausible and more reasonable habit of thought, in terms of which
how would you rate his conversational skills on a scale of 1 to 10? Anyone? Anyone? 10 being the best conversational skills.
He's got one word that he repeats over and over. Like he has no personality. The guy is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. And when you try to ask him questions in a debate, he doesn't respond to anything. He's got a one word reply for everything. He's like he's like Rain Man if Rain Man was like stupid and retarded.
Well, there are some things you would agree with him on, Mojo, and some of those opinions deal with Islam.
I think everyone who's not a Muslim agrees with me.
Islam's not a religion.
See, that's something I think that you and Rabbi Randy McDickerson would actually agree on.
Yeah, I don't want to find any points of agreement with that guy. He's also an anti-Semite. Lou, why are you friends with anti-Semites? Can you answer that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of hate in the world, Roger. I don't. Or are you friends with people like it's spinning around saying, well, why are you friends with people that want to kill babies? And come on, man, let's get it. I don't think Jews are all trying to kill babies. It's just like I don't even know what anti-Semite is. I haven't.
Wait, were you about to say just some Jews?
One, two, three.
No, Camo, hold on. Camo, that was the Muslim
On this, I have nothing.
Muslims used to bury their daughters. Subhanallah, that it was the Muslims.
What's happening? What's happening here?
Oh, he's mixing up his religions. The
Do
Muslims
I have to
get
do
on
I have to do I have to
I
read the
think he's
rules?
speaking English. I think he's speaking.
He's trying to.
I'm gonna read the rules and you guys can listen. All right, look, go look at the rules of the house. You violated at least two of them, but please hone in on number 10. Thank you.
That's another good poll. How many people follow the rules of the house or read them?
I should add a rule that we always have the best looking moderators.
Can I can I
That's not a rule. That's a fact.
can I just say that having listened to more profanity, more racism, more hate, and more stupidity in the past couple of years out of my entire 42 years of life on this earth, it is almost like Tourette's. I mean, it actually I think could be described as Tourette's in a way because it is so stupid and so much of a waste of time that when you hear people using insane racist profanity nonstop as if they're actually like autistic, Tourette racist sufferers, it is so stupid and such a waste of time that when you listen to it, you're almost like suspended in a state of disbelief. Like, are you people like how? What is the like? What's your environment like when you use the words? Like, what is going through your life that thinks that what you're doing on this app, for like your kicks and jollies or the feedback of it? I just don't see how the feedback of what they're doing is, I mean, I guess it's just a question of like class,
It's
and,
like
and gentlemen.
when you talk about when you poo-poo like this app and the people on it, yet you choose to be able to come back all the time, not just come back all the time, but you record them, not just listen to them, but you edit them and put it out there like it's some type of asset for you to be able to capitalize on. It's bizarre.
Well, I think it's interesting to document the behavior that you hear on this app, not for any kind of future purpose other than to be amazed at the bullshit people actually say and the bullshit,
Well, you are
times
capitalizing
that I
on
listen
such
to it.
business. You are capitalizing on it.
I don't see how you would
No, I'm
enable
actually
someone who
not
doesn't
making any
monetize
money.
what he does.
I'm just
Like,
fully
No, no, no,
transparent,
no, no.
playing a
No, no,
word
he's
game.
talking at the same time listening to me. You are capitalizing on
Well,
this.
how am I capitalizing on it then, Rohan?
Are you not
No,
capitalizing?
I'm not monetized yet on YouTube. I'm not making any money from this.
Right, if given the opportunity, with having lots of kids on there, you would be capitalizing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you all very little.
Right, okay. But you have said before that you would like to go with camera.
Yes, 100%. I hope to monetize fully on YouTube across as many accounts as possible.
That's what I'll swing it back to you. It's like, it's bizarre that you're saying people on here are inane and stupid and conversations are ridiculously, yet
Well,
you
we're talking
two
about
go back
Rabbi
here
Randy
and you've got
McDickerson,
like,
and we're talking about T Robs, and we're talking about
I know
Lou, and we're talking
John,
about a
relax,
couple other
John,
characters on this
relax.
app.
I get we're getting to like an interesting point which you won't be able to push back on. Yeah, but it's like it's bizarre that you come on here all the time. You record people.
Yeah, it's a free cast. Have you seen the friends? You know how much money that takes to put together?
So, I know he's just troll. He's a massive troll. That's all. He's just a fucking troll.
Rowan, would you also be critical about the person who owns like a slaughterhouse and has a bunch of chickens? I mean, chickens are dumb. They gain financially off of the death of dumb chickens. I mean, would you criticize too? I mean, John just told the same thing. He's a capitalist.
Oh,
Like to capitalize off of dumb people.
yeah.
He's not killing the chickens for
Yeah,
eating
be
their
mad at
money.
the chicken farmers.
You're right.
Don't be mad at Jerry Springer. He became the mayor. I'm just trying to become a
Yeah,
congressman.
he also got a blowjob.
Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
Like, Ro, why do you carry so much, anger for me?
Well, I don't think it's anger. Um, yeah, I just have a level of disdain towards people who choose to be able to record other people without consent. I think it's just a low life thing to be able to do. I'd probably liken you to what I refer to as a mangrove, which is a low life form of vegetation with indiscriminate existence. You've got a dam about who you fuck over, and that to me is disdainful.
He's not American, John. He doesn't understand freedom of speech.
But see, if you think a mangrove, nest of trees isn't intelligent and that it's not natural, well then I don't think you understand, the significance of the mangrove.
Oh yeah, I mean, makes an entire ecosystem for like millions of animals, maybe.
Well, I would say, first off with John, he live streams his life. It's very weird. Like his whole life. So if you've been around him even for like a little bit, then you realize like, okay, this is just a very odd individual. Just live streams. I mean, everything that he does. So I mean, yes, I guess people for sure could get in trouble based on like him recording a room. I don't see the point why he does it. I don't hate him for it. But I don't. That's not his intent.
I don't. I have just to make sure you understand. I don't hate towards. I have a level of disdain. I wouldn't give him that energy. It's sacred to me. So no, it's not hate.
Well, the fact that I can,
Regardless of whether it's John or whether it's not John. Okay, like he chooses to be able to utilize people's assets, like they voice their ideas, their thoughts, their feelings, and to be able to capitalize from them. That's without
He's not
consent.
capitalizing. He's a fucking
Wait,
monster.
do you hate the founders of Clubhouse then, Rowan?
He has the intention of that. He had the absolute
No,
intention.
the founders of Clubhouse. Do you hate them for doing the same thing?
I've signed in for what I know that I've signed in for. I didn't
I
sign
just
in
think it's
Yeah,
funny that you
being on
think
a
I'm.
public social
to
media,
voice,
talk about like people's
utilize my mother.
deep-seated childhood issues on a public social media app with like, hundreds of people in the audience that can all hear you, and you're like, but this one guy's like disseminating it over the
And,
internet. Oh
You know, it's funny is you have disdain for me. Hold on one second. Hold on, Lou. Just hold on one second. He's addressing his disdain for me, and I gotta say, if you watch my stupid videos, they're not even that good, and nobody even watches them. So I'm just, so concerned, or really don't care that you don't like my videos and you disdain me. But I don't know. Have you heard my latest banger with Amir and whatever that other terrorist? What the fuck, Dean? Oh yeah,
Look,
Dean.
I don't watch your videos. I know it might upset you, but I don't watch your videos. I've seen a couple of them. I think they're I think it's disturbing that you're actually doing this, and that's your issue to be able to deal with. And like we've spoken about this before, and it's like, if you choose to be able to use this in a way that actually benefits society by highlighting people like Samir and just do that, then yeah, great, all for it. But that's not what you're about. That's not
What
your
if people
intention.
don't have this app and they just genuinely enjoy listening? I mean, I was in his room yesterday. He had like 190 people listen to our room, and on one of his accounts, and people were asking, "Hey, what's this app?" And they're like, "Oh shit, I'm looking
And
now."
it's bots. It's mostly
Yeah,
bots.
no, no, no. It was genuine people because they were like, "Free Palestine, fuck you, you
No,
kids,
that's probably
stolen
not.
our guy." You know, like yeah, I mean, they
I
were legit people.
Question,
a couple of his
question, question for John. Question for John. John, how many hours you spend in Roger's room a day?
Oh, I mean, it's as soon as I wake up till actually, I don't stop it, because when I go to sleep, I let it run, and then I reset it at about 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., whenever I get up.
Okay, and then you do this in other rooms too, the same amount of time?
Yeah,
like 12 hours time.
Hold on, let him talk. No interrupting.
yeah, I'm just saying that Amir, the terrorist supporter and potential terrorist, and his terrorist promotion room, I record them all night, all the time, and I just love the feedback.
There's like one or two. Is there 3 rooms or is it just these two? How many rooms?
Bro, it's like
No, I didn't ask you, Lou. I didn't ask you.
It's dozens of us. He's got
I didn't ask
65.
anybody but John, so you're not going.
The easiest way to answer these questions is to spend 10, not 11, 10, not 9 minutes on my YouTube channel. The link is in my
No,
profile.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm just asking you a question. I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Why not? It doesn't make any sense. Got like 5 people telling you what the answer is, and you want to hear it from him.
Yeah, okay, so Tamak, you might want to know that it's not about like 1 room, 2 rooms. He has 50 cell phones. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, like putting some context on it. It's not a matter of just 1 room here or there or whatever. Literally over 50 cell phones actively doing things. It's bizarre.
It's almost too fed to be a fed. That's how you know he's not a fed. It's just too fed-ish.
Oh no, I was a Fed up until May
Yeah, I
of
know.
this year.
Federal government, but like, you know what I mean when I say fed.
Well, I worked for one of the largest federal agencies with a $70 billion a year budget, employing almost 80,000 people, enforcing one of the biggest shakedown operations in human history. I'm just asking, has anybody seen any videos on my YouTube channel recently? Link is in my profile.
No, but I did actually try. He had like some hour-long live stream. I didn't watch the live stream, but I was kind of curious. I was like, I wonder if these models are advanced enough to be able to, and if the quality, his audio quality is enough, good enough, which it's not.
Hold on. We have a poll at the top of the room. If people want to reply to it, great.
Look at that, he's winning. He's winning. You're winning the election, John. Good job.
Well, what is 1 times 100,000? No, if you go on YouTube and you actually spend a little bit of time researching, for many, many years people have been live streaming and screen recording and, you know, doing a concerted effort to put Clown House onto YouTube. And
What was his name? Rabbit something?
yeah, I actually do look at that Tom Broward account, but it's just like listening to Clown House, and it's like him doing a lot of work creating those videos. And I think he's got 8,000 subscribers, but you know, I just can't listen to that shit. I'd rather come here and have a live conversation.
If you think this is a live conversation, Jesus, my heart.
John, do you consider this like a little bit of your like live radio and talk show?
It is. This is like me doing what I would like to do at CBS, ABC, and you know NBC, but that's
You're
just
like
not
Dr. Drew.
possible. Yeah, I believe in harmony and de-escalation, and I want to bring peace to the interwebs.
You really believe that, John? You really believe that?
Yeah, breathing.
That's what I
It's
want.
called
Yeah, he's a
breathing.
Taoist. He believes it.
You really believe that?
It's the truth of the earth.
Want to do something versus like whether or not you think you'll actually be successful at it.
I just feel like the problem is people ask questions.
Was that people don't read books.
Well, if you read the books, it teaches you to stop asking so many questions.
Yeah, you clearly never looked at John's live stream.
This guy's fucking, he's like, in my opinion, he's the most intelligent dude on this app. Say some insult back to me, he's very intelligent. We somehow caught him in that, like, not roll mode. Or you some kind of high on mushrooms or something. See what I'm saying?
No, it's just
What are you
like,
talking to? Me or him?
see, if I'm more intelligent, it's really only because I've gone to great lengths to do conditioning amongst all of you. And it's honestly all just a joke. No, it is. It's all comedy. That's what I don't think people understand is everything I'm
Well,
doing.
your comedy is horrible.
Well, that's okay. You
That's
know,
not what.
the criticism of a comic, you know, the point is, I agree with you. I think a lot of it is terrible comedy, but that's why you realize that everything is basically clips and compressions. And you get the best extract, you know, it's the best
I know
thing.
it's terrible.
The thing is, if I film 1,000 hours, only 10 minutes or 5 minutes of it is even really fucking funny. So, I mean, that's a compression.
Wait, you said it's about you? You think it might be the Chama that you hang out with whose wife's actually in the same room that you're recording?
No.
Asking for a friend. Asking.
You for a friend.
See, I have a whole new other YouTube channel, Lou, that you don't know about, where I've been recording you and Nick Dickerson and T-Robs for many years now. It's called Low IQ Down Syndrome Racists with Tourette's. It's one of my most popular YouTube channels.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely guess it on here, but no, I said some stuff that's
I did ask some people at the bar tonight, you know, what are the 5 words you can't say in polite society? And we came up with the acronym C fuckins. You know, you can't use one of the words in this room, which is the N word, but all the other ones, it's open game. But I'm just saying that the acronym C fuckins is the 5 English words you cannot say in polite society.
You can say cunt though. You can say cunt.
Yeah, what's the U?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Take the U out. It's just CFKNS.
I don't want to be left out.
You could say utilitarian.
Wait, mean, I thought you could say the K word. Just, I mean, everybody does. Everybody is okay with it.
No, Abby is made a good point before. We're going to be updating to include the K word in our banned words. We might grow it. It might be fun to add to the banned word list.
That's racist. I like that. That's racist.
Why would it be racist for the blackest person on Clubhouse?
You know why it's racist?
It says that you must use the word accent.
So you must use her.
Yes,
Damn,
must
saying
use.
that.
You must use that word.
I
I
guess
mean,
it's not
Mojo
racist,
is the
but
blackest
it's
person.
retarded. Yeah.
I just created a new AI Sunu song called "Excuse Me, Can I Ask a Question?" Does anybody want to hear it?
You should, this shit's legal for once. Oh wait, I don't know if you have that notice. Hey, you sound like a faggot, motherfucker. That's amazing. That's amazing. Why can't you understand it?
Oh, right.
No, you can't say the K word. That word has been ruled illegal in the MUF.
I'm feeling very opposite.
I mean, I like the fact that we have achieved a state of parity where I don't even need an anonymous account to live stream the room. I'm just, accepted as being, the Clown House live streamer. I mean, do you think people get a kick out of knowing that they're on my YouTube as opposed to saying, I disdain you? Do you think some people are like, I think it's hilarious that he's recording everybody, and like that's me
Well,
on that video.
I think the driver enjoys it. I don't know if he's still awake.
I feel like it doesn't matter.
See, I would get a dopamine kick out of somebody sending me a clip of me talking on their YouTube channel, but that has yet to surface.
I think eventually people will realize how much AI is advanced, and that's when they might use some of your uploaded videos to do probably not cool things. Which frankly I'm kind of surprised that it hasn't happened yet.
I
the modern day Travis Bickle of Clown House. That's a reference to Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
He's also not funny. I've never heard him say anything funny.
Comedy is subjective.
I don't think he tries to be funny. That's what makes it so bizarre.
I think he thinks he's funny.
No, I think he enjoys irritating people.
I was gonna say your point about whether you like it or not is always gonna be streamed. I feel the same way. Like I feel like no matter what you do, if it's semi-public, even probably someone's re-recording this right now. Other than us, like you say, you're streaming it. Somebody's probably re-recording this shit in the comments. I saw a screen recording of a video of someone getting your ass whooped on live, but it had 6 viewers. So somebody was screen recording it with 6 viewers. You know what I mean?
I think if he wanted to like blackmail someone or fuck someone up, I mean he seems he has the content. It's not as close.
You think I have the content? Like, there's nothing really there that I've recorded. I think I'm more of a mind virus because this is an audio app, and you give me more credit than I'm due. Because if you really do just a quick survey of my 30 YouTube accounts, you'll rapidly get burned out and leave. So it's not actually very hypnotic material, and the subscriber counts don't complement what I'm doing. So it's almost just like a personal vendetta now against people who like to waste their time and have useless conversations.
I'd like to hear Agent. Can you make your strongest critique of this, which I might have agreed with prior to the app making its changes, but Agent, what's your biggest objection?
He has violated the ethics. It's not about the morality. It's not about the legality. I just think, or let's call it etiquette. People repeatedly have asked him politely, who've been mods like you, top left mods, so many people and so many other people who we enjoy, people I consider friends, have politely requested that hey, can you just not stream my room? And he refuses to stream. He does not respect them enough to comply with their requests. And
Agent,
that's number one.
Hold on. I just want to say to that that I've expressed frustration, but what would you say now that Clubhouse has granted a feature where a person can toggle to anonymous mode and the moderator cannot toss them from the room? So even if the room was in agreement, hey, do we want this to be streamed? And we're like, nah, probably not. Okay, great, let's remove them. I used to have that ability. You could ask John. He's been tossed from my room many times and blocked with all of the accounts. He's probably amazed by how quickly and how easily I used to spot some of his accounts. It was a game of cat and mouse. It was catch me if you can. But my question for you is, now that the app has made this modification, saying that they want this to happen, they're not saying that it's not that they're literally, they designed a feature that people get to pay for that gives you the ability to do this and restricts the ability from the creator of the room to do anything about it. So now knowing that Clubhouse has done that, what is your thought about that?
Well, I am disappointed by this product decision by Clubhouse that has, I don't know if they thought about it this way when they made the product decision. I think they thought of
But you could go to my
Right.
YouTube and get access to those races, so you don't
I
have to pay the
understand, but
$5 a
I,
month. It's a
I said,
service. I'm providing curated content for your enjoyment. It's the
look,
same
the fact,
content you're getting here. I'm just distributing it now. It's the basis of capitalism, competition.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Roger,
I just don't believe it.
Okay, so
you could have just said that from the outset. You could have been like, I don't like John. There you go.
yeah, there's only one logical argument against it, is that John hasn't paid a licensing fee to Clubhouse. That's it. I mean,
I don't
outside
care
of
about
that,
that. I think
your
he's just an
emotions, your
asshole.
feelings, all that shit doesn't matter. It's not illegal, and there's nothing unethical about it. We give up our data all the time, every day. Right now, your ISP has your data. So, I mean, a lot of this has been fake outrage for many years about it, but I do live in a state where, I can record conversations I'm part of. Now, you can make an argument that maybe he eavesdrops in conversations that he's not part of, and that would violate eavesdropping laws. But outside of that, Agent, you really haven't made any good points. I'm giving you the 2 points you could make.
Welcome
I'll
to the
add them
stage,
to my list of
Marvin.
points. I mean, you're all making good points. Anyway,
See,
No,
I'm
I was just saying, welcome to the stage, Marvin.
you gotta also understand my perspective. Like, I welcome any lawsuits against me with regards to what I'm doing, because I think whoever brings suit against me would be wasting their fucking time. And most likely, those people probably also might waste their time in other ways.
Go ahead, Marvin.
I'm just laughing at this conversation.
So what do you think about it, Marvin?
I think it's a non-starter. I think it's a waste.
Agent.
I think it's a non-starter, waste of time. I think there are more interesting and important things to discuss. Because bottom line is, it's an opt-in off the platform. It's not. This isn't your private conversation in your house. That's it. Full stop.
Thank you for that, Marvin.
Also, I think that has enabled this for a long time, really, if you think about it. Like, if this was something they really weren't about, then, like, why? I'm sure, John, you've probably been banned hundreds of times. You keep making all these new
Yeah,
accounts.
50 times at least. I'm just wondering, is there anything I ever recorded that actually had repercussions for anyone you've ever heard of on this
No,
app?
never.
It's only because you have so many fucking recordings, nobody wants to sit there and go
Yeah.
through all of it.
I know someone who now, when you Google their name, it shows up as the top thing, and they don't seem very.
You should pull that down.
It doesn't reflect well on them because you caught them in a bad moment, and they didn't know they were being recorded.
Agent,
That's live forever on Google.
Agent, that's dumb as fuck, because you can literally go on Clubhouse, ChatGPT, and say, hey, ChatGPT, what's his name? Do you know anything about Agent Malone on the app Clubhouse? And it will give you an entire breakdown about all your fucking conversations, your personality, characteristics, and traits, and all this different stuff. We did this, actually, where we went in and we looked up ourselves on ChatGPT, and it tells you who Rich is, and who 3x plus 1 his account, stuff like that, and what he espouses, and all that type of shit. So it's all on ChatGPT too.
But it's mostly a hallucination, though. They did index, or I'm not sure, like, years ago.
A hallucination?
Yeah, it's like just like before when they kind of rolled out AI, where you could like hold down for a summary, and it would be like one of 10 different templates, where it's basically like
Well,
it's just
last time I used ChatGPT and I asked him about Louise Tickles or whatever, Louis Tickles, I said, what do you know about him? Yeah, I know. And when I asked him about him, he said that he's friends with a Chomo, and that's all it said.
I mean, it's the same thing with Google.
Oh, you got a bunch of wind noise.
Jeffrey Epstein said it's not what you know, but who you come in contact with. Well, there is still a subconscious social clout chasing game that's even happening right now. You know, the green beans, this belief that you can, as a mod or have these followers, like that's still kind of in this game to a certain extent. No, no, 100%. I'm just saying that it's like an illusion that green bean or the social club means anything. I mean, not really, because in terms of mass communication, like technically, like all the accounts that I've had deleted, the big accounts deleted, it's like it'd be cool to have an audience, but even when you have thousands of followers on this app, if you create a room, it's like still nobody even comes in. There's something about that mojo magic or that positive vibration and intelligence that people seem to enjoy.
Yeah, so John, I just looked on ChatGPT. This is Congressman John Kitover has been active on Clubhouse, particularly in political discussions and debates. There's even a video titled "Political Theater Clubhouse Democrats versus Congressman John Kitover" on YouTube. It seems he's quite active in political conversations on the platform. So even ChatGPT knows everything about you, John.
I don't know everything about him. That's nothing about him. I look
I
myself up and
guarantee if I
there's nothing
continue
about him.
asking questions, it'll continue giving me more information.
Go
Okay,
go
why don't you
ahead,
ask
double
him more
agent.
questions?
Share some more
No, no,
secrets
I will
about me,
not
double
ask.
agent.
I will ask a question.
Well, what do you know about me, double agent? Go ahead and share something about me that you
I
think is
don't care about you.
controversial.
I know that you're an annoying troll and doxer.
Is that my life? Is that my career? Is I'm an annoying person, a troll, a boxer? Like, is that a career actually? Like in some handbook
Hey,
somewhere?
you should put
What
that
do
in
you
your
want
bio.
from me?
John, put that in your bio.
You know, the thing, John, here's the thing. For a while, you were spouting this thing of like, oh, Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. And you were really on about that. And you were wrong about that.
No, I was not. I have hundreds of Elon Musk videos.
Bro, I sent you the fucking
I
video.
can send you playlists right now of Elon Musk's talking nonstop for hundreds of videos. It's 100% Elon Musk. Adrian Dittman is his pen name or his burner account on X.
But what do you think about the room in which they were both in there and Elon's mom was there and Elon's mom couldn't even distinguish the voice, and she was laughing about it. You don't like go check that room out and then tell me what you think.
I've already sent him a video of that. He still thinks it's
All I can say is watch my videos of Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk. Elon Musk knows who John Kitover is, and he hates John Kitover. You think I'm a troll on here and annoying? Trust me, I live rent free in Elon Musk's brain now because I have so many videos of him talking in unrecorded rooms on X. I mean, it's amazing some of my playlists where you're like, wow, this is really stupid.
Well, if Elon hates you, you know, I defer to Elon in many things, and I'm glad to know that he and I are also aligned on this topic.
Yeah, this wasn't, believe me, I recorded him, a lot. Yeah, he knows who I am. He's blocked like 20 of my ex accounts. I am blocked from being friends with Adrian Dittman. You know, you can ask Grok, who's the most famous person to visit my profile? It says Adrian Dittman did. And then if you ask Grok, who is Adrian Dittman? It says, it's most definitely some guy in Fiji. Okay.
Oh my god. There are a lot of people that believes that, like, early on. But it's like,
You know, when I first entered the room, I was like, oh, it's Elon. I wanted to get on stage and ask Elon a question, and then, you know, I did have to listen for a bit to then be like, oh, it's not Elon.
Well, when I first heard him, I was like, oh my god, this is.
totally different. They're different.
Anyways, this is a pointless conversation because now I can hear birds on my windowsill fucking making a nest. I mean, I've had this conversation a gazillion times. It's the same thing, but I could show you the playlist and you'd be like, yeah, that sure does sound like Elon.
John, who's your favorite lefty to stream?
I like Goat. He's definitely my favorite target on this app. He's a target-rich individual.
Wait, not Beam?
No, I find Goat to be particularly obnoxious in his snottiness.
Someone sent me a text message, unsolicited, with a photograph of Goat from real life, and I was just like, come on, man. Like, it was completely but it's hilarious.
By the way, I'm curious. His thing, like, I was in a room and he started playing some copyrighted music because he thought that would kick you out of the room. Does that work?
Yeah, it does work. I have to immediately turn the volume down because you only have like a couple seconds before it kicks in like a copyright.
Here's a reference to an old song. If you'd seen a picture of Bima, you would tell her that she shouldn't cry.
Hey, girls. I heard she left the app.
Yeah, her boyfriend. Well, her boyfriend is married to another chick with kids. He's kind of a dick.
Is it a throuple?
Who's this Bima, you said? No, he's supposed to be leaving her, but it's one of those things where he's a truck driver, and she's like the side chick, and she doesn't want to accept it. But he tells her all the time, "Oh, I'm just working through the divorce, baby, and then we can be together." And he just goes home and like spends like a month with his wife and kids and shit.
Why did he? Why did she leave the app?
I don't know 100%. I'm just speculating.
I just want to go back to what Agent said that I am a doxer and an extremely annoying person. And I just got to say that if we had a lot more Congress people and senators who were like that, we would be in the fiscal crisis we're in right now.
I mean, even I'll concede, I would bet, as much as you annoy me, I would still take you probably over 80% of Congress.
His whole life is basically fucking live streams.
Wait, Agent, do you live in the United States or no? Occasionally I do. Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, you don't sense that.
we've got a new campaign website popping up soon. We're using the same platform that Thomas Massey is using.
Wait, what did I make up? Nine. And Randy.
Use an anecdote. Anecdote, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Was that not?
I mean, honestly, that makes it so much more frustrating. You actually you're aligning yourself with one of my most favorite congressmen.
Wait a minute, guys. The moderator was talking. What'd you say now?
Your story about Leland.
Oh no, that was 100% accurate. I said I don't know why she dropped out though. As I was speculating that it's probably the reason because her boyfriend's an asshole. I've communicated with him. He's going along with that.
Massey's based. Nothing Massey to do.
I like him. I mean, I like them a lot, and I saw this like interview with him recently. Something he saw him recently. He lives in like the Senate parking lot, like a camper van, and he lives in that because he just does. I don't know. He just doesn't want to have. And he's got like solar panels on that thing. He's got raw milk that he drives in from Tennessee or wherever. And then back home on his like homestead or farm or whatever, he's got cattle, he's got chickens, and he's an MIT electrical engineer, and he built all these automated systems to like take care of his chickens and things like just automated farming while he's away. And he also has these like he has a debt clock that just constantly is like counting and syncing up with. It has Wi-Fi. It's like a piece of electronics he designed himself, and it's just a debt counter. But anyway, he's an incredibly admirable person, and he also is the greenest member of Congress as far as his like carbon footprint and all that.
Nobody covered that last month though. But yeah, he's badass. Horrible thing that happened with his life a few months ago.
Wait, what happened? I didn't hear about it.
His wife's died.
Oh, too bad.
That's probably why he's living on the. That's why I thought maybe I might be in the Matrix, but it's probably why he's living in the van thing or whatever. Like probably after his wife died, it's just I don't know. Yeah, he's very successful too. Very smart guy. He died out of nowhere, like a not sudden death, like the way some people refer to things, but I don't know if it was like a massive heart attack or I forget what it was. But it was very unexpected. I know a lot of people, of course, blame the Jews and everything. But yeah,
He's the only member of Congress, apparently, or one of the very few who doesn't have an APAC handler.
he's the only one, I'm pretty sure. That's why people were literally, I mean, they were literally blaming the Jews on his voice stuff.
We came up with a new slogan at the bar tonight. It's called "Vote Kitover before it's all over."
That one's worse than the fork it over that I gave you. That one's too long.
He was saying that, like, yeah, every member of Congress, they'll have a comment, and then they'll be like, oh, I'll have to talk to my APAC guy. They have to run everything through dual citizenship if you hold a position in government.
No, I did
Any
not say
position
that.
in government, and then you're like, oh, well, Elon was in the government, but he didn't give up his dual citizenship. But I'm gonna cut for Elon,
Faggot for no reason.
and I love Elon, but I'm not fucking stupid like you. I wouldn't make that argument.
You're literally making an argument that I'm not making, and you're only doing
Well,
it
that's
to
exactly
know
the
that
argument you made.
they should not be able to hold office. Is that not a distinction between?
Why did you say that AIPAC was a foreign lobbying group?
Because he doesn't know what it is.
solid because the benefits to Israel as well as the benefits to the United States that Israel gives to the United States in forms of intelligence and technology. I mean, it can go on and on if you'd like to hear it. I've got lists of it. That's what they.
Certainly obvious.
Yes, I'm not done. I'm not done. But you talk over women. I had to wake up to this. So yeah, I know, I'm not. That's what they do. And if you'd like to know about the
Many conversations with you. Like you obviously don't remember me, and it's weird that you're asking.
Well, see right now.
Roger, is this fucking retard breaking one of the rules, talking over a moderator?
there are many organizations that lobby Washington on behalf of relationships with other countries. We could go, if you'd like to know all of the Arab organizations or the people that work on the American-Saudi relationship or the American-French relationship. APAC is not the only one. It is also not a very, if you look at the value, the amount of money that's spent by lobbies, it ain't in the top 10, it ain't in the top 20, it ain't in probably the top 50 in terms of the amount of money that there's raised as a lobbyist. You look at who the top lobbyist groups are, if you know anything about lobbying in the United States. Take a look at the realtors, take a look at the pharmacies, or different pharmaceutical companies, take a look at AARP. Gun lobby's not even that strong anymore. I mean, there's that Blue Cross. Blue Cross is like one of the top in the country. I mean, there's just so many other organizations.
I mean, it's fascinating to me when the name APAC comes up. When you ask them about, like, do they have a problem with I lost you, Roger. I didn't hear what you said.
That's right. Oh, hey, Abby, I got a question while Roger's in the Matrix. Hey, this other anti-Semitic piece of shit, Abdullah, was saying that Apex not registered with the FARA. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's not a foreign agency. They're lobbying for the American-Israel relationship. Again, they are not a foreign, under FARA is what you're talking about. And they're not, for the same reason
answer. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Hey, go ahead, Abdullah. I think you're
Yes,
about to
so I'm just trying to intervene a little bit because this guy just totally anti-Semite just because they say some things. And, again, I'm not against lobbying, they can lobby, whatever, but signing up and signing the FARA Act is great because they have to follow the policies under the act. So avoiding that is the problem. That is how I see it.
Do you know what FARA is? Have you ever registered under FARA? Have you done it? Have you registered? Do you know what it is? Do you know who
Yeah,
applies to
law.
it? Why don't you read the law? Read the law.
Okay. Well, again, if you
If we're just start throwing an acronym out, read it.
He's a pro-Palestinian guy, Abby.
Yeah, so just care.
But but here's the thing, you don't really know who I am. You just listen. I'm happy to listen to opposing views,
Abdullah, how do you
but
feel
I don't
about
want
the
to be
state of
titled
Israel?
anything. What is
Yeah,
that?
how do you feel about the state
Wait,
of
hold
Israel?
on.
Personally,
Hold on,
personally,
everyone hold on. Everyone hold on. Abdullah, I'm trying to help you out. Mute your fucking mic. I'm trying to help you. Listen, the rules didn't get thrown out just because fucking you disagree with someone. Rule number 4, rule number 5, if you guys need to get a refresher on it. We're not going to interrupt. We're going to keep shares short. So, Rich, I would just ask you to pay attention to rule number 5.
So I'm going.
Okay, I apologize. I was just frustrated with the revert.
Okay, APAC is not registered under FARA. APAC is a lobbying group focused on promoting the close relationship between the United States and Israel. It does not operate as a foreign agent under FARA's definition. FARA's registration is required for individuals, can be or organizations that act as
it's working on the relationships between the U.S. and the Israeli government, then they would have to register under foreign. That's what I believe in.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Again, it's an opinion. For me, for me, honestly, I believe that if they're serving the U.S. citizens, for an ethnicity or a religious group that is lobbying for the U.S. citizens, that's fine. But again, that's my opinion, your opinion. I'm not really here to argue. I'm just here to listen to opposing views. That's it.
Hey, Abby, I got a question. What is your job description or your job title? Like, what do you do?
I mean, now I'm a retired lawyer. I have an appointment in the state of Nevada. The governor putting me into a commission, so I have.
Do you work with like?
But
You work within like DC, right? Like congressmen and senators and all that too, right?
well, that's volunteer. I mean, and that's going in. I mostly do for the RJC now because I'm dealing more with domestic issues like of security.
The reason I asked this, Abby, is that you would be familiar with FARA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just checking.
I mean, there are people that register in FARA. I'm telling you, I know someone who's registered on behalf of the Saudis. He's a lawyer. His law firm represents Saudi in the United States and what their needs are. He's registered. But a bunch of people from, that come in from Milwaukee or come in from Chicago to go meet with their senator and talk about the American-Israel relationship do not have to register. And now, I mean, what AIPAC anyway has changed so much of what they do. It's really now fundraising for elections. Like it's almost primarily, they don't have big policy conferences. They really, like the entire organization shifted, and it's election fundraising to around the country. A lot of primaries when there is someone that is probably like the dude on stage and he decides to run for Congress, we would raise a lot of money to make sure he doesn't win. AIPAC is doing.
God bless APAC for that.
Yeah, successes, Jamal Bowman, getting him out and primarying him with a much better candidate. Successes, Cory Bush, primarying her and getting in Leslie Bell, much better candidate. Successes, Chantal Brown, primarying Nina Turner and getting Chantal Brown in two cycles on that. Those are successes.
When you say Cory, actually, you remind me of Cory Booker. That's one where it's tough because I know he's super pro-Israel, but he's looking terrible.
We support him. We endorse him.
I know, but he's terrible for the country, and he needs to be primary.
It's why I said I do RJC because let me back up. AIPAC is bipartisan, supports, absolutely bipartisan, supports candidates from both parties. For me personally, I like doing work for the RJC because my issues are more very domestic related issues. And I'm a Republican, but AIPAC supports both parties. And they endorse, Cory Bookerson endorsed Kennedy, someone who is it's the latest, I'm sorry, forgetting my words. He's an incumbent that is a pro-Israel incumbent, and that's their policy. They will support his election. Sometimes they get stuck, like was counters on almost every other vote, on votes that don't have to deal with financial, just to be a naysayer. I don't want to get into it, but you can look at the present administration and how they feel about him, but he counters
Well,
almost every vote.
Yeah, but
It's not just on money.
But the present administration are anti-capitalist demagoguery fucking fascists. Like Donald Trump versus Thomas Massey in terms of like who wants the best for this country. It's not even a contest.
And Massey's opted, he's the successor to Ron Paul, basically, of like just voting no to everything. You know, it's not, and he has nothing against Israel. He's not, just like everything, he wants to stop the spending of the Congress, and he doesn't want the U.S. basically, I think he's more or less an isolationist. He doesn't want U.S. any other country.
There's not a single person in Congress that's an isolationist. He's a non-interventionist. There's a big difference.
Right, but he doesn't support basically sending money to any other country, military. I think he would pull out of NATO.
We shouldn't. If anybody reads the Constitution, there is not a constitutional argument for foreign aid. Period.
But yeah, he's not like Rashida Tlaib. He's not against Israel. He's like, yeah, Israel should do whatever it wants, and absolutely should do whatever it needs to.
You could say it's funding, but like he votes against the Iron Dome, so things like that.
He's against the funding of it.
Yeah, I think he would say Israel should definitely build it.
It was a joint project with Raytheon and Rafael.
Right. You could disagree with him, but the positions that he takes, and there's some things that I disagree with him too, but when it comes to any type of spending that's out of step with the Constitution, he votes no. And the to allow the wealth transfer from American taxpayers to foreign governments. And I think at very least people should look at we're at such an absurd level of giving away these and participating in these wealth transfers that we even give it to the most problematic nations on the entire planet. Like giving Iran money could only happen because we allowed foreign aid. We should just stop foreign aid. Period.
But it's not all foreign aid. If we go in there because the Houthis have been unregistered as a foreign terrorist organization, and we're trying to make a pitch that they should be registered, is it not dealing with foreign aid? There are things that affect within our relationship that are not money based.
Well,
Yeah, Roger.
the simple answer to things like the Houthis and Hezbollah, Hamas, is that it's not any civilized nation's interest to allow those entities to exist. I don't think we needed to wait for the Houthis to attack American warships or cargo ships that we were supposed to be protecting. I mean, the mere fact that we know that terrorist organizations exist, we should go fucking eradicate them. I'm totally okay with that. I'm anti-terrorist, full fucking stop, and that means the sponsors of it. I was a huge cheerleader for what we did, bombing Iran. I'm not a fucking pacifist. If you have countries that are sponsoring terrorism, and they're not the only ones. Iran is the head of the snake. I think we all know that. But Qatar is another country where we allow fucking people that sponsor terrorism to just live their little billionaire lifestyles. I think that we should have cruise missiles up the asshole of these fucking terrorists.
Well, Roger, I was going to ask you, I mean, how do you feel about the United States, like, giving money to those dirty ass fucking Palestinians? I mean, like, that is the wildest shit on earth that we give money to a fucking terrorist state like that. I mean, a terrorist area.
We should give zero to that. The only money that should be given is when we see things that are a
Tomahawk
threat.
cruise missiles.
If we see a threat to Western civilization, and by Western civilization, I would extend that to countries that, like Israel, it's not traditionally West, right? It's a Middle Eastern country. If we can identify that it's a terrorist organization that's anti-enlightenment, anti-civilization, anti-human, really, I think we have a duty to go and fucking destroy them and destroy their sources of funding, all of those sorts
makeshift hospitals and distribution centers and housing centers in the 2-month period before they even go in and do one strike. They've got to stabilize the population that's there and then go in and take out what's left, of the terrorist blocks that are in there. It'll be in Gaza City, and it'll only be until everyone's moved out, and I think it's about 2 months before that can happen.
Well, I will add this. If Donald Trump leaves office and the IRGC is still in power in Iran, he will be a miserable fucking failure. If the IRGC is permitted to still have power in Iran, Donald Trump can go fuck himself.
Well, the support of
It's up to the people of Iran, though. At the end of the day, like we bought there was the hope with this latest thing that the people would rise up, but the people prefer the devil they know. They prefer the IRGC to chaos.
Well, what we have to do is we have to educate them, and we have to deprogram the people that are, some people are just victims of, being born into a pedophile death cult. I mean, like, you literally got a population of people that believe that the perfect man that's ever walked the earth is a fucking pedophile that married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9 years old. And they think that this is the greatest guy ever. Like, Islam is a fucking threat to humankind. Jim better disagree.
No, I don't disagree about Iran at all, but it's different times. It's not plane loads of cash anymore, and the sanctions are going to start to strangle them, hopefully. And hopefully, there's another effort to go in and take out anything left that tastes like, smells like any nuclear proliferation, as well as the delivery systems.
So the Odianware who said Islam is not a problem in Iran, I have to tell you, Islam is a problem everywhere. It's a pedophile death cult. It's not even a religion.
I want to push back. I don't think it's a big problem in Indonesia.
Okay. Do they worship a pedophile?
No, that's
I think they worship
that's
Allah.
in Indonesia, that's the biggest Muslim population. That's
I think they claim to worship the same God as the Jews, and the Christians sort of have this like multi-headed God, but the same one.
Angel, let me ask you this. Did the Prophet Muhammad marry a 6-year-old girl?
Wasn't she 9 or something?
No, she was 9 when he fucked her, and he was 54 at the time. But was she 6 when he married her? Answer, according to her, yes.
I assume that he did. Yeah, I assume he did what you're saying.
Yeah. So Aisha is
at us and we'll just leave you alone? Only as a cost saving measure. Of course they deserve to be wiped out.
Here's a solution. You guys aren't gonna like it, but when we catch and detain illegal immigrants in the U.S., I think we should send them to places like Yemen and Iran, and tell them, hey, go kill the terrorists
you. And I went to the Six Senses, which is up in the dunes and then sand dunes above it. Bikini.
Mojo, if you go to
Is
Saudi
that
Arabia or
bothering you?
Saudi,
I'm
you
telling
know
you,
that
that's
Saudi
what you're
Arabia,
Hold on. All I can say is I know definitively that WWE stars.
That's not a public wrestling match, or it's different, it's a resort.
Well, this is fine, and I can also tell you that they have a public decency law from 2019 that's still in effect. It's a formal regulation that targets tourists, and it tells them what is acceptable for public behavior, including dress that should not be tight-fitting or revealing. And so, like, they do have public decency laws, Abby. Now,
I've gone to business meetings there. When I go to business meetings there, I'm wearing a dress that is to my knee. And I come.
Excuse me, can I just say something? I was born in Saudi Arabia. I have family in Saudi Arabia. I do agree with Abby.
In a business meeting, but if I go to the mall, I'm in a t-shirt and jeans. I'm sorry about that.
wait, hold on. Abdullah, then why does WWE, something I know for a fucking fact, why are the women that wrestle in Saudi Arabia required to wear full covering and not show any skin? Answer that
No.
question.
Yeah, sure. So basically, the Saudis are actually transforming the whole law. Back in the days when I was born, yes, there was a lot of limitation. Women couldn't drive. But when Mohammed bin Salman came in, he actually tried to change and just kind of open mind the cultural concept in there. There's a lot of cultural constraints. So they're not really trying. They can't just go ahead and change all the laws that was, that was enforced back in the days. But he's doing that, and I do believe that if Abby's saying that she was able to wear a bikini in Saudi Arabia, she went there recently. It's not like a long time ago. A long time. Yeah. So basically, yes, if it's recent, there is a lot of development that is happening. I have family members over there actually, and I was born there, and we lived there for 13 years. We were in the map and Riyadh. So still around Mecca and Medina, she cannot do that. I don't know if she cannot. There's no way. Yeah, but
Alula I could, and in along the Red Sea, definitely in Alula, which is more international tourism.
yeah, so basically over there, they're changing the laws. They give it more freedom to women to do whatever they want. But it's slowly happening. It's a slow transition. They just can't go and force that because there is these families that that contribute into the law that they have to slowly change and transition into a more open-minded. So I personally disagree with some of that laws and all that stuff, but recently they started to change.
I've been now 3 trips, and each trip I saw it more and more liberalized. So exactly what you're saying. But when I had business in Riyadh, and you'll understand this, we're working on Diriyah, so you understand why I was there. And at the meetings and such that we're doing for Diriyah, I'm in like a dress, like a sheath, like a Ralph Lauren dress to my knees, not to my ankles, and I would have like a cardigan on or a blazer when I'm in a meeting. But I'd probably wear that in a business meeting anywhere. But definitely going out to dinner in Riyadh and walking the streets, I'm totally in Western clothes. And that's the changes. Yes.
Yeah, and it's becoming a very beautiful. They try to motivate, tourism, and they actually building the project called The Line, and hope by 2030 they'll be done with it. So they're trying so hard to change all that. And, it's not like it's not
in Saudi Arabia, the American side, where people who work in Saudi Arabia call diplomats leave, then there's the regular side, bare nonce. Anyway, I'm not even arguing with you. People want you to leave, but say you were a bikini.
It's in Diriyah. It's not one side or the other. You have no idea what Diriyah is, do you?
Hold on. Abby, you, anyway, there's no need. You were a bikini in Saudi
transitional phase. You just can't implement things immediately. It's a transitional phase.
Well, let's not sit here. Let's not sit here and act like it's a liberated society when they're quite literally forcing women to wear clothing in the WWE. Like this is stuff that's known. It's like it's very disingenuous to make it sound like they don't have these customs still in play in 2025. It's just fucking. This is bullshit. The Saudis are a bunch of evil fucks.
So, Monica, Saudi Arabia is a place that I 2011, 2012, 2013. Even my boss, that is a strong Catholic, to cover up my. Now, this person mentions Jeddah. We have a,
10 years ago.
yeah, we have a consulate in
When
Jeddah.
did the law change, Julia?
Well, you're
When you
Hold on,
started driving in
hold on,
2014, you were there before that.
okay. So the law change is that they will allow you wear a bikini that is not in the American side. So they will have a consulate in Jeddah, right? There was an immigration problem because the person in Jeddah decided to come visit the mosque. She was almost arrested. Again, I don't know. My argument was simple that me as a Christian, I am freer in Iran than in Saudi. In Saudi, there are no churches.
What year?
Not do if you're a homosexual.
Number one, what year? In 14, women started driving. In 2018, they took away the guardianship laws. Go watch the movie The Saudi Women's Driving School. It's on HBO. And you can see
So
the
I don't
changes there.
understand why OD can't hold space for a decade of distance from his anecdotal experiences to Abby's. Actually, more than a decade.
They still have public decency laws, and right now we're being led to believe that somehow because they want to be seen by the Western world, because they want the tourist fucking dollars, and they want to buy into the sports fucking world, they want to buy into golf, they want to buy into pro wrestling, they want to buy into all this shit so they can be perceived as being more Western. They're fucking frauds. They're a bunch of goddamn pedophile death cult members, and we're treating them like they're some fucking special people. The government in Saudi Arabia doesn't give a fuck about anybody in the United States. They don't give a fuck about individual rights for women. They don't give a fuck about women. Their religion is anti-woman, and I can't believe I'm hearing half this shit. Like they still have public decency laws on the fucking books in 2025, and for people to sit here in this room and say that that's not true, it's just fucking dishonest.
So what I'm hearing is that Mojo is very upset that his WWE wrestler babes
Yes,
can't wear the bikini
yes.
that Abby wore.
Lacey Evans looked ridiculous in the outfit they had her in.
Hey, I think it's morphing, it's changing, just as Abdul was saying. I mean, that it's just, everything's easing up. I had a conversation with someone who is the ambassador to the U.S. It's a woman, and she's on the Olympic Committee, the International Committee. And part of, like, she grew up mostly in America because her dad was the ambassador. And most of her charge is to make it easy for women to go into the gyms. You know, they weren't able to do that there. You know, she's helped with like women as they get into sports in Saudi to be able to compete as Westerners compete. And there's different facets of that society that are changing, and there's people that are like championing the change over there. And it's going to take probably a whole generation at least, maybe more, for it to really westernize. But they are absolutely loosening things up. They want tourism in there. They want their country to westernize. That's the dream of 2030, the vision of
They want American dollars, but
Right.
they want American dollars. Hold on. They want American dollars, but they still subscribe
that film's been made, it's advanced a lot more since then, and what they're building over there. But it's a process that's his dream, that's his vision, this Vision 2030, and they talk about it. So the film is really goes into more about the whole cultural change that's happening there. And they interview citizens that are pro and con on the subject. But it gives you a window into the change, and you see how it was. And, 5 years from now, it'll probably
trying to tell you, just like Abby was trying to tell you, experiences and what is really happening. I do not stand with Saudi Arabia. I was born there. I know the suffering of living in Saudi Arabia back in the days. You know, at least in the United States, my daughter is being considered a U.S. citizen. Over there, all of my family members were born there. I don't have the chance to go and visit where I was born. So don't think that I'm standing with the Saudis. I'm not. But all I'm saying is I'm trying to tell you what is really happening. The facts. This is what is happening. Abby experienced it. My family experienced it. We still experience this stuff. Like it's not. I'm defending them and saying their policy is right and they're the greatest people. No, they're not. They're very bad. But this is what is really happening right now.
That's what I've been trying to say. I'm not, this isn't the culture I want to go live in, but my experience and my friend who goes every 3 months as an American businesswoman has had a similar experience. And you see when you go into business meetings there, you see a lot of women running businesses now. Women own businesses, they own bank accounts. The laws have changed. The laws of custody have changed. The laws, rape laws have changed. They've modernized, they've tried to be, what we had as DEI in the US, for them, they have inclusion for women. And that's their push. Now, whether they're fully doing it, whether they could revamp really in a Western way, it's going to take, as I said, a generation. But they are changing laws on the books there, and they're going through this process. And you feel it when you're there, and when you meet women. And I spent a lot of time asking business women how their lives were. I looked at how they dressed. I asked them questions about their freedoms, and they said that it's not all there yet, but it's definitely morphing and changing. That's just the point.
Abby, what you're saying is it's safer in where you went to visit for women than it is in parts of London in highly migrant areas?
It's a really
Double
interesting
your windows down.
I mean, that's a really interesting question because that feeling of repression is exactly what his vision is, to take away that feeling of repression. Um, so, just what I saw, and again, as a lawyer, I asked, and I met other women lawyers there, and I asked a lot of questions about their laws, and the laws that restricted women, the laws that now have opened up, definitely with the issue of owning bank accounts and owning property and owning businesses. And it's just modernized. How it is in a restrictive area in London, where they bring in Sharia law, it could be a lot more restrictive. I mean, or at least it's going in that direction, where Saudi's going in the other direction. So, I don't know. And I'm the same way as what Abdullah is. I have no intention of living there. But doing business there is a different story. And definitely in the Emirates, the experience was great. And it is, I don't know, is he still even in here? He's not. It wasn't in Dubai or Abu Dhabi where the casino's being built. It's in a different Emirates.
away because you were being mean to Steven. And then she started another room. Well, that's what I heard. I'm like, oh, I could start another room. So I did attractive white women, or what was it called specifically? Attractive white women have wrecked the left.
Oh, she just wiped out. I wonder how long she'll talk before she realizes. Bless her heart. There she is.
That's what happened when I clicked to read the title.
Yeah.
I removed myself from the room.
But attractive women have what?
Attractive white women have ruined the left.
Have wrecked the left.
Have wrecked the left. That's what it was. I saw that.
Because when a noted historian slash peanut farmer from California, who is even keeled and conservative and talks about tariffs and economic policies and which way Western man forward, talks about a model called Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle jeans, it's going to get my attention. And so I played his
As
6
it
minute.
should.
I played his 6 minute video, and then I did Sydney Watson. I quite like her. I think she's very funny. Her take on the whole Sydney Sweeney American Eagle jeans debacle. So, I want to let y'all guys know.
Well, we have to get to Steven. I want to know, because you're like, Steven was being Steven. So was he singing or was he like?
Well, he was confident, as Steven is one to be. And I was telling them, well, I introduced him to someone who does a lot of X faces. And then Nathan went on his "Why do you believe in God?" Line of inquiry, and it was just like aggressive and unnecessary for the vibe of the room.
Wait.
Not bad.
Are we talking about Vader?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Vader untilism. Actually, I think I saw Vader untilism the other night. Yeah, Vader came in here last night and he hopped it. He came in here. No, he came in here and he was here for 2.0 seconds and he hopped it right back out. I was surprised he didn't come up.
He kept pinging me into rooms. Was it this room he was pinging or did he do his?
It wasn't this one because he didn't stay. I mean, he made a mad dash right back out.
He'll pull X people in here for social because he's like on X the platform's so huge that, and then you don't know who's listening when you get 100, 200, 300 people in there eavesdropping or whatever, because they have an anonymous feature over there too. Sometimes you just want to have a conversation with people that you like, and without the open ears of people trying to destroy you, figuratively speaking, mostly. So he'll pull his ex people over here and then do a social with the regulars on Clubhouse. So yeah, would not be a bad idea to visit, check in on them, Abby, every once in a while.
What's up, Hillary? Me.
And
Hey, Heather.
hey, baby girl, I saw you're in here. I wanted to run up and give you because I miss you. You're crazy. I hate being the only crazy person around sometimes.
These guys stick together. How's the move going?
Who else is gonna help the other people get out of the institution someday? You know all guys are.
That's right.
The move is been postponed, and I'm fucking crazy because everything is in boxes, and I hate having to go through the boxes to find something. Like I cannot take anymore. To fix the roof, and the guys who do the roof dropped this is a big deal. It's a stupid complaint, but they dropped big bags of the what's it called? Yeah, the roofing tile. What are they called? Anyway, the things that pull off the roof.
The shingles.
And they threw. Thank you, shingles. And they threw them all down onto my little garden, and I'm like, you bastards. Those are private plants. I'm taking them with me. They ruined all my shit out there.
Girl, I can relate to the living in chaos amongst the move. We just finished and it was horrible.
This has been like 2 months. Like, could you imagine? Because
in my post.
Sort of. Not completely way off at all. But yeah, nah, it was a good
Hold on,
move.
let me do better.
Go ahead.
These ratchet whores don't deserve your money, and check out my new gun.
You know, anyway, it's the masculinity mansion. What do you expect?
That's right.
Sid has really stepped up. Sid is really. I have to give him his flowers though. He's really stepped up on the. He doesn't let those rooms get ratchet anymore. I mean, he
Oh,
really
that's
has.
nice.
He really has stepped up his game with the moderation and just trying to keep the dialogue going in a mostly respectful fashion. I gotta give him credit because for a long time I couldn't be in those rooms. But yeah, it was definitely not a white woman room yesterday.
Black woman on either.
No, it really wasn't that.
You know what I liked about that role, man? What I liked about that role is that sure. I co-sign that. I think that Sick is one of the smartest cats on the app, and Sick's super consistent. And he actually said that if I was single back in the days, that he would have wiped her up in an instant. He said that yesterday. Do you recall that, Not?
Yeah, you told me that before, and I mean, I get it. That's cool. It's flattering. But my thing is this, Anthony, right? I could see if you and Sid were holding space, um, discussing your experiences with black women, et cetera, et cetera. But when you have white dudes modded on a stage like that, who don't date black women, who've never dated black women, who don't even have black female friends, not now, not ever, then it becomes the question I ask myself is why are they there? Why do they have a voice in this? Oh, it's because they just want to bash black women. And so while I like Sid, right, we share a lot of similar ideas and et cetera, et cetera. I do wonder, why are you modded and holding space with these white dudes who don't even date black women? Why are you giving them space to bash black women? So that's very oddball, Anthony. I mean,
Because it's clickable.
So,
I think it's
Not,
content. It's scandalous.
I think that's what I like most about the room. I was about to say that. So it frustrates me no end. This idea that like only a couple of black dudes should speak on this issue, and that's probably one of the things I get the most flack for. From people that I actually like. They're like, their issue is, why would you be in a space where there's white people, white dudes in this case that you're mentioning, that are saying negative things about black women? That essentially that's your thought process. And I just like unfiltered, honest talk. It doesn't mean that they're right. It doesn't mean that their ideas have merit. I want to know what you're actually thinking. And when we have honest dialogue, we can have a better understanding. When people are, some of the worst people on this app are so-called politically correct. They're dumb.
Accurate.
They live in these little silos that are just echo chambers, and they cannot stand to be challenged on their ideas. So now I welcome it. I look forward to it. Like we're a social media audio app. Let's talk about it.
I do have something funny to share about Sid. Someone was complaining to him about my antics on the app, including all the racist rooms I've held.
responses show just this lack of knowledge. And then, it's like I'm actually blocked from a room by one of the main mods because I said someone was out of their cotton picking mind. Literally.
Bro, that's racist.
Well, you have to understand the limitation of politically correct.
Yeah, actually, that's funny, actually. That's hilarious. Wait, that's right. Was it a black person or a white person who blocked you?
Yeah. I'm not sure if they're black or white, and I've been on stage with them for years. I'm not sure if they're a man or a woman. Yo, I got taken to task because I told a woman supposed to be a woman named Ashton. I don't know. I don't care. I don't give a damn. I don't know if Ashton's a man or a woman either. That's not who I was talking about originally. But I don't think Ashton's a woman. And we've had debates about this, but whatever. That's a whole other story. But I got taken to task for telling. So we were talking about the Epstein situation, and it was a real serious dialogue me and another person on stage were having. It wasn't about anything that was funny, anything that was, like we were kidding around. We were totally serious. We're talking about, um, the, pedo stuff, whatever. It was really messed up. I'm of the mindset that it's not worth it to, you know, get, release this lane to quote unquote have her talk about whatever went on. I think she's right where she belongs. And in somebody else's created house. Straight cowards, 1,000 that aren't bright, that really aren't intelligent. That like.
Like you're talking about somebody specifically. I'm staying out of it. I'm like,
Straight up cowards that fetishize. They fetishize black women. That's who you should be like. That's who we should be talking about if we're gonna talk about a white person that's like a white person that pretends to be a black person's friend. They pretend. It's the land of make believe.
It's pretending is going on here.
It's straight pretend.
Authentic. No,
It's straight pretending. It's straight pretending.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. This is a good topic. Like, how do you know when you're with someone who's genuine,
exactly.
who
When they're willing to tell you the truth, not coddle you, not stroke your ego, not pretend to like you so they can F you. No, when they tell you the truth, that's what friends do.
okay, but if someone says you're disingenuous and you work really hard to be authentic and not fake, are they telling you the truth? Or are they telling you what they think you are? Because not all criticism is constructive, Anthony, or accurate. How do you discern that?
I think that you kind of like have to look at the track. You have to look at people over time. They're people, right? That you don't like, but you respect them. They're people
I talk about this a lot.
they're people that you're neutral about. You don't like them, you don't dislike them, but you respect their ideas. And then they're dumb people. They're people that really don't have any ideas. They're just dumb. And like they're modded in spaces. They're administrators in spaces that they didn't create, and they're really not intelligent people. And then they'll say stuff like, "I'm just a cracker in the corner." Who said shit like that? Who really says shit like that?
Well, I know one
I'm
person
just a
who
cracker in
like
the
that.
corner. Who says shit like that?
Cracker in the corner, and then my response just the other day is, tell me if this is approved, Anthony, or is my black card revoked? Can I say I'm the spook who sat by the door, or no? Is that too black? Is that too
Hey,
extra?
all of that is approved, man, because
Okay.
you're authentic. Cracking in the corner is some pandering shit from a fake pandering dummy. That's all cracking in the corner is. Like, anyway. But all I can do is laugh, man. All I can do is laugh. You know, there's so, like, the egos on this app are so out of control. I'm not, I'm wrong all the time. I'm fallible. I make mistakes. It's okay to say my bad. It's okay to say, yo, you know what? Upon reconsideration, you kind of moved the needle on that one. It's okay to get a new idea. But that's not the vast majority.
So,
like,
go ahead.
Nah, you got it. I'm sorry.
So I like to say I can like someone and not trust and respect them. I can respect someone and not like or trust them. And I can trust someone that I don't like or don't respect because I know who they are. My friend El Phoenix, who was like OG Clubhouse and brilliant and beautiful and just amazing person, said, "Mom, I can trust people." I was like, "Trust people? There are some crazy
talking about.
They had their really cute PTRs of the
Yes, yes.
silhouette of the
Yes.
black lady.
Yes. Was she British, Dan?
Yes.
Yep, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So I really enjoyed her. But yeah, so there was like those rooms that I had never like, and I was listening because I was like, I've never heard, a lot of like things that Clubhouse that people just say that they would never say in real life. And I'm like, people, do people really like talk like this in real life? I was so confused when I started this app and I like learned all these new ideologies or like talk like people don't really talk like this. So like they wouldn't say it to your face, like majority of the people on here. So like I used to take it really serious and I don't know, I took it really serious and like thought like, oh, these are all my friends, and it was like, oh, just like learn how to set boundaries and stuff and just yeah, just accept people for like what they show you and just like don't expect anything else. You know.
Well, and to that point, I like to troll in certain rooms. Like now that I know that I can go into the anti-flat earth room and drop some weird shit about flat earth, and they go completely insane. I find it quite amusing and satisfying. As a matter of fact, they didn't open a room today, which is disappointing. I mean, yesterday. Maybe today is back.
You're trolling anti-flat earthers or trolling flat earthers?
The
Because
anti-flat earthers, I troll them. Because they get outraged. And it's funny, you know? And I have no, globe model flat earth. It doesn't matter. I enjoy listening to both perspectives. But the Globers, man, they get so heated about the flat earthers and the flat earth debate. So I just enjoy going. Monica, you know 10? I know you know 10. I'm sure.
Gary,
Is that his real name? The Nigerian? I think
oh
yeah.
no, he's not Nigerian. He's from the islands, I thought.
Oh, I thought he was Nigerian. But we're talking about the African liberal who hates, well, I shouldn't say hates, but he has a lot of criticism about black conservatives, and he goes by Tim.
Is he an anti-Trumper?
Yes, yes, yes. He leads the anti-flat earth rooms.
Oh, I'm gonna be joining you in there then.
Oh my God, he goes insane.
Oh my gosh, no! Like for the first 2 years of this app, all he did was come into all of our rooms, like our like Republican, conservative, Trump, if it was anything like that, the title, he was coming in and just like, yeah, severe TBS. I forgot about him actually. I didn't even know. Did you know that Goat is on his new username is misogynist?
Yes. I don't know why he changed that. It's a bigger mouthful than goat, and everybody knows him as goat. But okay, goat. Misogynist. So there was an interesting comment by Josh in the chat, and this relates to our current conversation about how we can discern people's personalities and their motivations and stuff. There's a favorite quote that I really like: "Speak from your scars, not from your wounds." And the number of people that bleed all over Clubhouse stages is quite significant. And I like that quote. We should remember that quote. Anyway, that ties into SIG and that anti-black women rooms. That ties into all the grievance rooms that we hear at every day.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose there's some entertainment in toxic pure people getting on social audio and opening up space to host conversations with other toxic
attractive and isn't flipping off an attractive woman and her intolerance at the other woman's beauty, her jealousy, her pettiness, her ugliness was much more than skin deep. And I understand that when I put up a PTR that's ambiguous, that might not relay what I wanted to convey. There's a heathenist serpent has a PTR of Sydney Sweeney in jeans fashioned as a swastika, and I called her on it, and that's why I put up the PTR that I did, and and I got more crap over my behavior than heathenist did, inferring that Sydney Sweeney was a Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw the photo. I went through your pictures. I saw the one you referred to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm amused by the criticism.
Well, it's not just criticism. They had a woman crying on social media saying, wait till they come and kill us, and then you'll see what we're talking about with this Sydney Sweeney Jean ad. She literally said that the lynch word. When they have us lynched on the streets with nooses around our necks, then you'll see. And I'm like, ma'am, it's just denim pants. Please, don't. Okay.
Oh my God, these people are so insane. The far left slash so-called progressives are insane. Now they're coming to lynch us because of the Jews. Craziness. Oh
I
my God.
honestly think, I think it's because our lives are so cushy, not that we don't have the fight or flight. We don't have the drive that our ancestors did for mere survival. So in order to feel relevant, we get mad at stupid stuff so we can have that drive, that push of anger. And I'm like, this is a luxury belief. This is a luxury belief, and it's foolish, and you should be laughed at.
You know, Monica, and on that note, I am so grateful and blessed to have this cushy, you know, luxury soft life where I don't stress out over nonsense like this. I'm not stressed out over Project 2025 and so far. What they say? What do the liberals claim? That they're coming to lock up the blacks, ship us off, and put us in cages. Sure. And now they're going to lynch us because we're not blonde haired or blue eyed like Sydney Sweeney. Lord, today it's just too much. I just don't
Did
stress
you
out over
see?
these things.
Did you see Doja Cat's impression of Sydney Sweeney?
And that way, she needs to stop. She was MK Ultra and sacrificed. She's out of her
Oh
mind.
no!
Yeah.
So so Shameless Plugs are leading in the poll. So I do want you to tell people about your Saturday room, please, not.
Oh, my Saturday room where we talk about conspiracies and celebrities and politicians and UFOs, all that good stuff. 2 p.m. Central, that's today. Press Hollywood. I'm getting better at not hosting marathon rooms though, Monica.
dare you damage the Tim Horton brand by intimating that it's drunk by Simeon Lumberjacks Jarl? The Bigfoot AI videos are hysterical to me. Now, have you seen them?
I haven't seen the Bigfoots, but the baby AIs are funny.
Oh,
Especially
those
the
are
ones that
so
are real
good.
in Atlanta.
I haven't seen that, but the political ones. I'm like, you really don't like Trump? Watch Baby Trump, and maybe you can tolerate the message a little bit better because they're just so cute.
Wait, Monica, I have a link for you. Hold on, it's not baby, but it's Trump. And I think you might find this just as hilarious as I do. Where is it? I hope I see it. Oh, here it is. This is so funny to me, and what makes it even funnier, and this is a real exchange. I do believe this
There's
was
a
a real
bet.
exchange between Biden and Trump. Hold on, I think I put the right link. That link I just posted, Monica.
Alright, and I'm gonna find the Bigfoot one. They're like, he's outdoorsman talking about, oh my goodness, okay. Talking about, like, he's tending the fire and talking about his world problems and stuff. It's just so funny.
I have to start posting more less offensive content on Twitter because apparently my previous content was offending everyone. So now I've just decided to post movie clips and just quotes from other people that are my previous propaganda pieces, I suppose. If propaganda pieces, I don't know. Josh, I just read your comment, but I don't think I even understand what you mean. Say that the black man had to talk to white man, like white men who like black men. Gays, interracial gays? I don't know. Because even the white women left the room. There's a guy code as well. It's a cup code too. And a white man and black woman code too as well as a black man and white woman code.
Let me read the last sentence.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen those patterns talking to himself. He's talking to himself. Josh, come up and talk to us instead of talking to yourself. So I
Make it
put
make sense, Josh. Make it make sense.
I put in one of the baby Trump videos in the thing, and then night I saw a video. It's AI generated. What happens when black women get drafted into World War III? Would you like to see it or not?
I actually, it sounds funny. I actually would like to see it.
All right. So understand that it's not my video,
Uh-oh.
and yeah. So I'm gonna put it in the chat for you to look at, and then I can delete it if you hate it. If you hate it, I'll delete it. I promise.
Okay, is this the link you just posted? Okay, let me check.
Yes. Oh my gosh. She's kind of charming and cute. When people are brutally honest with you, it for me, I respect that. If they're gonna just be whoever they are and just like openly be whoever they are, you gotta honor that. And Josh has joined us. Josh, welcome.
Josh.
Oh, Josh.
Thank you. You have to excuse my voice. I just woke up. No, I was responding to what America Jones was bringing up. If you look at that part that I read, the very end is my response. But I don't know what your question. I know that Monica probably has questions. I don't know what you're asking.
Well, I've been appreciating your comments in the chat, so I'm very happy that you joined us this morning. And that your insight about sometimes it takes a long time to know someone is fair. And then sometimes I think some people are just very open with who they are. And if you listen hard enough, you can hear what they fear, what they are happy about, what angers them, what buttons they have. If you listen.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I have this highly developed skill with pattern recognition. I work in software engineering, so I'm really into patterns. So I don't get on stages very often because they're so contentious, and I'm pretty succinct person. I don't like to sit on stages all day, but I love to listen, and I love to learn. And I like to listen to people, and I learn a lot from people. But I also see patterns, and been on this app since 21. So the patterns are becoming more recognizable now. So like when I first got on this app, it took months for me to figure it out. But once I saw the pattern, like you said, there's some people that reject their trauma on here. Some people like to attack certain groups of people because it makes them feel better. So after a while, you can see where people are coming from. Some will take a little bit longer to check out or to figure out because they play with smoke and mirrors a lot. So you think you're dealing with something, and then it takes months, and you see them in other rooms associated with certain other people. You say, wait a minute, I need to evaluate my view of that person. So, but yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Josh, I'm really glad that you came and thanks to you insight, because sometimes we get to talk to our chat warriors and feel
Yeah, I just added you, Josh. I like your spirit. So I don't think Americans like
saying that, you're just justifying all the racist people saying shit like that. And they view you as the former. They don't view you as a different black person.
Wait, what's racist? What are you saying? Because if we say there's a difference between N-words and black folks, that's racist? When black people
Yeah,
say
I think that's racist. Yes, that's my opinion. Or colorist, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's just my opinion.
Let me give you my opinion.
Well, wait, this is the same guy who was in the chat in Healthy Debate saying you don't even like black people, period. So what are we talking about?
That's why I said let me.
What? I never said that.
So check this out. How you say your name? Gerald? Jarl?
Sure, Gerald.
Gerald. So I love when non-people of color try to come up. And I'm gonna just say, I love when white folks tell black people they're racist. First of all, this is what I like
Yeah,
to
I
say.
didn't call you racist, but didn't call you racist.
You said my statement.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay, so my statement. Let me see. I'm glad he let me on the show so I can rectify this shit. So listen. First of all, I'm a black man. Anything I do or say, well, not say, but anything I do, I could never be racist, bro. Do you know what racism is? People like to throw this word around and don't even know the meaning of it. First of all, me or my people have never, ever systematically or systemically oppressed a whole culture of people. I've never done that, and my people've never done that. We've never came and tried to kidnap, pillage, rape. We've never done none of that. So, but now if you say I'm prejudiced, you may have me there. But racism, my people have never ever systematically oppressed a whole nother race. So first of all, that's what you people need to understand about racism. Racism, bigotry, and prejudice, they're all
Did I not say colorism? Did I not say more colorism or whatever you want to call it? But thanks for the semantics, but good. Let's call it the dictionary.
No, my statement was racist, and I'm trying to let people know that there's a difference.
I said more colorist.
There's a difference.
Color is two different things.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, because I don't care about the semantics, I think it's an offensive statement. I think it's a stupid statement. I think you're justifying white KKK racists because they say the same thing. And guess what? They don't differentiate between this type of black person or that type of black
Well,
person.
there's a thing. Hold on, Carol, hold on.
I just like to say one thing.
No, you're not gonna say anything yet. I'm speaking. Just hold on. You can speak in a minute, Sally, or whoever you are. Jarl, here's the thing though. You just kind of answered your own. You just kind of brought it full circle for yourself. The racists don't differentiate. You're right. To them, we're all N-words. But in the black community,
bunch of pharaohs. So I feel like he was targeting me with that. And I actually don't. Black people can say whatever they want. You can use the N word. I really like don't mind. But I think it's okay to have a conversation about you saying, oh well, there's these other black people and they're bad, and it's okay to categorize them with the N word. But me, I'm not, and that's why like I'm not saying don't say the N word, but I can still think that the way you're saying that is stupid and offensive. And like if you don't want to have that conversation, it's fine. But like I think that's totally different from telling you you can't use that word. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you saying other black people are whatever. That's just dumb.
Well, listen, I think every culture is responsible, has a responsibility to call out the fragile in their community. You know,
Absolutely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. White people want to criticize white trash. Latinos want to criticize Latino trash, black trash. If you're in your group and you want to say, hey, there's a pocket within our community that the optics are just not good. They give the rest of us a bad name. Here's how we can do better, black folks. And I think black folks, I'm speaking from my own black ass experience.
rice is not interesting to me. But I'm gonna put something out here. I was a little girl, and I sometimes I ramble, and so I'm gonna try to make it short. When I was a little girl, and my dad said that I was absolutely not allowed to say the Niger word. I will not say the word. And he told me I was not allowed to say it, and that could get my mother was to spank me if I said the word ain't or that word. Okay? But he told me before, when he told me this story, this is what he told me. He said, my daddy was a cotton farmer, and he had to hire hands to pick cotton, and he paid a living wage to the people
conversation. Why the fuck would you? Sorry, because I get mad because you're trying to sneak little disses in. Like I didn't catch that. I don't know if y'all caught it, but why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken when we having a conversation? See that's what I be talking about. Why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken? That has nothing. That has nothing to do with the intellectual way that we're going on the development of the N word or how other cultures think they can interject in our culture and tell us what to say and how to use our lingo. That's ours. So I don't know if y'all caught that, but wow, that was just watermelon and fried chicken. You had to bring that up.
And what say you, Ann? Was that racist, Ann, for her to bring up watermelon and fried chicken?
No, I mean, I think that it would be like ignorant to assume what people's intentions are, especially people that we don't know. So like to jump to the conclusion that what their intentions were in poor taste or to like be any way that you took it. Um, I just think that just doesn't conversation. It just I was so trying to say, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. We're adults here. That is a nearly 85-year-old woman. Okay? She is the clubhouse kind of mom. And I got news for you. She didn't mean to offend your sensibilities. Like, we are capable of having adult conversation. But don't get into your baby for that bitch. She was an 80-year-old woman.
Hey man, I didn't get offended at the slightest. I ain't get offended at the slightest because I see them type of folks every day. Yeah, man. All shit, man. Look, man, these white folks, they don't, man, we don't, and we, and look, we don't. Let me tap in.
Wait, one mic.
Let me tap in.
Hold on one second. Okay.
Let me tap in. I appreciate it, bro. So, I know y'all don't know me, man. Man, these folks gonna do what they gonna do. They gonna act how they gonna act. They gonna say what they gonna say. You can't do nothing about it. They don't get into shits about what we think about what they do. We don't give a shit get into shits about what they shit get into shits about what they talking about. It's man, it's one of them things that's it's been here forever. And it ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere till motherfuckers die and generations come and motherfuckers win, bro. It's a moot point. That's all, man. Like it's you got people from different different regions of the country, right? That deal with the same shit in different ways. See what I'm saying? So you ain't it's all good, bro. Absolutely. We don't deal with that in Detroit, bro. You know how it is up this way if you've been to the D. Ain't none of that. But it's just like this lady that's the moderator. Hear what she said to me? Don't get in your feelings like a little bitch. Or whatever she said, right? Because I said I picked up what the 80-year-old woman was saying and Annie and whatever her sympathy, however you say your name, they will never get it, bro. They're not in the mind state of a NY or a Pharaoh. So all of this stuff there, like she just said, she's an 80-year-old woman and this, that, they will never ever get it because they don't understand the black experience and I'm 100% with you. Why do we care what they think? It's just when they come in and try to tell us, like NY said, how to regulate our culture. This is our culture, not your culture. Remember, y'all don't want to be a part of it. That's all I'm saying.
you're from Detroit. I am too. And let's just say
Where
that.
I'm from Detroit. I grew up on Nottingham and Warren on the east side. So
Okay.
not to be funny, but there's no one that looks like you ever over there.
What I say when I first met you, and why I said, hey, I ain't from Michigan. I'm from Detroit. Detroit is our home state. Didn't I say that? That's our mentality here. Detroit is, I ain't from Michigan, I'm from the D. Detroit is our own nation, it's our own state. We different from everybody else in the country.
What's up, Fatima? What's up, Fatima? Fatima's back. Well, he's here, I should say. I shouldn't say back. Good old
I don't
Fatima.
know. I don't know if you know this, bro, but just yesterday, me and my partner was chopping it up, and I found out that Detroit is like 85. The city of Detroit is like 85% black. That's like the blackest city in America.
if I'm pushed, I can turn into a bottle of Hennessy and a pack of Newports real quick. You dig? And that man was trying to turn me into a bottle of Coke 45 and some Newports. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to give this N word in energy today, right? So there's levels, Hove. You know this. I hate the word, but I use it when appropriate. Don't you? Don't you?
I, 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 no, I, look, it grows up. You don't understand how hard it is for me to talk to y'all right now without saying it. It's
And
just,
don't say it in here because it's banned in here. You'll get
it's
booted
just,
and banned.
it's a natural, like, okay, like I, you, are, hey, now, like, it's one of those words to me, man. It's one of those familiar words that it's nothing to say, right? And I, I, I think, I think that when people that are offended by it, because you don't seem to be the type that's offended by it, you just don't care, right? I think when you run across people that are offended by it, that aren't us, I just don't need to be around the type of people. Because you're supposed to be able to be yourself everywhere you go. Anywhere you go, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. You know what I'm saying? Especially not in a business when you're not in a business setting. When you're in a business setting, I understand. But anything outside of a business setting, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. If you can't be yourself, you probably don't need to be there. You probably don't need to be around those people. Um,
But Hoover, I like I'm only half black, and the only time I've been called it is negative, is in a derogatory, pointing out my black side in a non-friendly, like in a negative way. What was that?
People that you're around, that's your experience. That's what I was telling people. Your experience defines how you feel and think about stuff. Like when I'm in a room, Pretty Red's room, it's all men bashing. That's all they talk about is bashing men.
oh my God.
But watch this. That's their experience from the men they choose to have kids with, the men, uncles, granddaddies in their lives. That's their experience. So that's why they always men bashing because the people in their life wasn't no good. That's just like Nye was just explaining about the guy when she said, "Oh, for sure, he's an ER. He's not an A." I try to tell people this all the time. The difference between the ER and the A. The ER is a crazy active individual that we don't want to be around. The A is never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. That's the part that we took and made. We dropped the ER and put the A and made it stand for something positive. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. So but they, like she said, they don't want to understand that. Like this lady said, her side of the family is black, this side is white. And what I found out with most mixed people, from my experience, they always identify as either I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say they white. They never, from my experience, and I'm 51, when every mixed person I've ever met, they always say, like she said, you can't make me choose. They either say I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say that they're white. And that's, I always wanted to get a bunch of mixed people together, like do like a survey or ask them, and just, why do they all either identify black or mixed and not white? She just said it. She said, you can't make me pick. So basically, she said, I'm mixed.
Because no one considers me white. No one considers me white.
Absolutely. Now you're getting somewhere to try to understand it because the society views you. See, I got a mixed 10-year-old daughter that I'm raising by myself and ain't classy, no girl, no nothing. But her mother is black, white, and Mexican, and she always tries to push this mixed thing on her. I get that, but I asked my daughter, I say, baby, how do you feel since you're 10 and been living in the world? Do you feel like a white woman, a mixed woman, or do you feel like a black woman? How does the my baby at 10-year-old said that the world treat me like I'm a black woman?
Listen,
At 10.
this means nothing at all, but as you guys were speaking about mixed people, I'm triggered. I'm triggered. No disrespect to anybody mixed, because I have no problem with mixed people at all. I'm triggered because two of my exes were mixed and they were crazy as fuck. But they love the hell out of my black ass. That's one thing about dating mixed people, mixed men, from my experience, they love black women. Not all. They're crazy as hell.
I
So,
think that all black women and why I think not.
Everybody loves black women. Like everybody loves black women.
So we've come full circle from six room? Okay.
well, Monica, I don't know. It just depends. He needs some mixed race men on that stage. Preferably ones who were raised by, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Because my one ex's mom was white. My other ex's mom was, oh no, they both have white moms. Hmm, interesting. And they only fuck with black women. So it's interesting. He needs some mixed race men on there too. But they probably would give him shit. You know, if you're a man, regardless of what color you are, and you come into a space like that and you defend black women, you are going to be dragged off the stage. So no, as a matter of fact, I don't want those voices on the stage because they'll only be attacked. Listen, you weren't
I'm
there.
always gonna defend black women. My mama black.
Yeah, there was a room earlier. Well, there's a lot of rooms like that on this app, Farrell. Farrell's new to the clubhouse. So he probably hasn't seen all the anti-black rooms, specifically the anti-black female rooms ran by
Oh
black
no,
men.
no, I ain't seen none of that in a while. You know, like I said, my little brother just turned me on a month ago. JB said the app is 5 years old, so late. I ain't got no social media. I'm gonna get a Facebook. I'm gonna get Instagram, all of that. I need to get up with the times. I'm still old fashioned. I still like to knock my women off by pulling up in that cab.
That's how it should be. Playing
That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it.
I still like the court girls. I still like to take them out to the movies, go buy food, and you know what I'm saying, talk shit. I still like to do that. It's like so impersonal on this social media. Hey, how you doing? Let's meet up. Everybody be serial killer, baby.
You know, you got the right idea. Meeting persons, people pulling up, et cetera, trying to have face-to-face interactions. I mean, social media, sure, it's a great place to meet people if you live in a town where you can't get out and meet people the traditional way. But then the problem with social media is you never know who is behind the screen. If you're getting true, authentic people, or if everyone's a catfish or a troll, you know. So yeah,
Or a predator. Or a predator.
yeah.
All people that I've met in person on Clubhouse are, like who they are on here is genuinely who they are in real life. So they're like pleasant. Stay QP are two of them, and they're great guys. But yeah, it was like pretty awesome. So like I don't know, don't be if you like if you've been dead for a few years and you've been like talking with people for a few years and you're in the same area and enjoying conversation with them over the course of a couple of years, why not? You know.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind meeting Sig and KP in real life. I do like them on this app.
Yeah, they are. They are here. Like they're like genuine down to earth people. They're cool.
Nah, I want to meet JB. He's silly as hell. He told me the other day when he did that nickel for her, right? So I finally got it out of him. But the social media, yeah, man, it's thing. So now I know a little bit about me, y'all. I did 20 years. So I've been home. I've been home for a few years. I've been home like 4 years. So glad you made it up out there, my boy. Yeah. I'm a barber. Got my own barber and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I got a 10-year-old by myself. So that's why I'm not on social media because it's like so foreign to me. It's just like I be looking and like, huh? This is going on and stuff. So when my little brother turned me on to this, he was like, nations of earth and gods, meaning that 85% of the world is dumb, deaf, and blind and lost. 15% of the world know the knowledge, but they use it for evil. The politicians, senators, and all that.
100%.
No, that's 85. That's 95, 80, and 15. And then the 5% is left.
100%.
Yes, the 5% will make up the 100, but the 5%ers are supposed to be the ones that got the true knowledge, but they use it for good instead of evil. So I go with that philosophy a little bit because the numbers, but Yaku did not go in no cave and gene splice and make white folks. He did not. No. Uh-uh. No. So they got a lot of crazy beliefs.
Probably 80, 15, 5, not 85. But okay.
No, they say 80% is dumb, deaf, and blind. 15%, which would make up 95%, they have the knowledge for evil, for
Yeah,
the
you
knowledge.
misspoke, bro. You just misspoke. She just saying that you misspoke, bro.
Oh, my fault. Oh, my fault. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's what a lot of my homies is, and I be trying to build with them, and it's just, man, they lost on it, bro. They just so lost. I don't understand a lot of times when it's right in your face, but like one of my old school homies say, Pharaoh, if you don't know, you just don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know.
Yeah, Drake said my dog went to Louis though. That's all he know. He don't know nothing else. Sometimes all they know is doing it for Louis though. Shit, fucking. Shout out to Drake, the greatest poet of the 21st century.
They not like us.
Drake said I only love my bed and my mama. I'm sorry. I mean bars, bars. Go ahead. I heard my name. Go.
That was me.
I too love my mother and my pet. That's amazing.
Right? Like seriously. What else needs to be said? I only love my bed and my mama. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Paul. I think I heard you say my.
No, I've been meaning to ask you, what state you out of?
I'm not far from Detroit. I'm in Chicago, baby. I was just in Detroit. Me and my people drove up there for something like a year ago. Maybe it was early this year. I think it was to see a basketball game. Was that? Yeah. I think we went up there to see a basketball game.
Okay, I got homies in Chirac. I got a few homies in Chirac.
Yeah, I lived in LA for 20 years though. I lived there for about 20 years. So I work in the film and TV business, still do, but I work myself to a state where and work myself up to a position where I can live anywhere now and still do my job. So if I leave out the country, I can still work, you know. With the
I got
exception
a lot of
I can
ideas
do
about yes.
Say that again?
We need to link up. I got a lot of ideas about films and movies. You know, when I was doing my little time in the army, that's what kept me. Man, I got so many stories and books and movies that I was sitting in that cell writing down. One, I got this one movie called Imani's Fate. It's about a black girl in the bayou that has premonitions when she touches you. And if she has sex with you, the premonitions actually comes to fruition.
That's a sci-fi horror thriller mind fucking sounds like. Right
No,
on my
I can
alley.
say that for right, man. And then I got one called In God We Trust. It's about a black mega church where the guy's front as a good pastor, like a T.D. Jakes, but by night he's one of the biggest drug dealers in America. He washes his money through the mega church. It's called In God We Trust.
You know, I've been working on a similar script for a couple of years. It's my passion project. You know, I believe in manifestation. I've been putting out this universe. This project is going to be an Oscar-nominated work. I've been working with some Hebrew Israelites, and I know how we might feel about the Hebrew Israelites. character is not a Hebrew Israelite, but in listening to some of these guys on this app, they're very eloquent. They have a way with words and a way with interpreting the scripture that I find intriguing. So I've been, tapping into some of them to get their help with writing the sermons for this script. I'm really proud of this script. I can't wait till we kind of can get it.
What's it called?
Best wishes, 9. Yeah, intellectual property and stuff.
Exactly. You know what, girl? I'm so hesitant to say. I keep it so close to the heart. I don't even want to say the name of it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Put it out like you said, man. Towards the manifestation. Put it out there, baby. For the
Well,
manifestation.
speaking,
Just like
she's speaking on it now. That's good. And then,
Yeah.
now you know how much we like Jordan Peterson. Have you done the self-authoring program with him?
No, but I should look into that.
Oh no.
Yeah. You know what? Wait, hold on. I used to host a lot of how-to sessions here on Clubhouse for filmmakers, actors, writers, TV, how to break, work with media, how to pitch, how to get an agent, blah, blah, blah. And I've compiled it all into book form. And I've been trying to think about how the best way to publish it. So maybe I'll send Jordan Peterson as a self-published.
Yeah, self-authoring program where you write down what you want your life to look like in 5 or 10 years. And what he says, when you write it down, you're aiming up. So that even if you have had big, hairy, audacious goals, and you don't meet them when you want to meet them, doesn't mean like you're just aiming yourself toward them, right? And was it when you shoot for the moon, you'll land among the stars, even if you don't get to the moon? Like there's something to that. Fixing yourself, orienting yourself toward your goal. I'm gonna send you the link in the back channel. I could put it in the chat too, but I'll send it to you in the back channel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a huge believer in manifestation because I've seen it work so many times in my life, and I've been in awe. I mean, I've told you, you probably have heard my Doctor Who manifestation story, right? But in case you haven't, allow me to just brag briefly. I don't mean to make this about me.
No, I want to hear it.
sale and thought about getting my barber license and getting a shop and raising my kids. And guess what I'm doing? All of that. So manifestation sometimes with people when you first start out because you're not in tune with it and you've been thinking the way you think it's doubt, it'll take a long time. You may manifest every 5, 6 months or every 4 years. But once you get good at it and start knowing and stop believing and knowing, the manifestations come on the regular every other day and once a week, things like that.
No, I'm trying to link your YouTube video from your bio to attach it in the chat. It's not copy and pasting for me. Can you grab it? Because people are interested in hearing your Doctor Who interview, and I want to give them the link.
Okay, yeah. Let me grab the Doctor Who interview. Hold on. Let me grab it, guys.
The self-authoring program by Jordan Peterson is in the chat. Also, there is a fee to it. I don't get any kickback from it. But if you are lost and looking for direction in your life, I recommend it. So I'm really enjoying this poll. Currently in the lead is the culture wars and who's winning. And Andrew Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture, and I believe it. And I think there's evidence of a culture shift in America. What we need to decide, is it going to benefit us now and in the future, or is it the wrong direction? I'm going to put your interview in the White House Chillers of Discord. What chat would that be best in? I think probably Cynical. You're welcome.
Yeah, I haven't updated my YouTube channel in weeks because of issues I'm having with YouTube and my with the outlets I work for. Post the same content, which is, you know, expected, but now I have to do double work. I have to edit multiple versions of my interviews so that we don't get hit with copyright, restrictions. So I'm finding that I'm posting a lot of videos on my Facebook just to kind of avoid the YouTube restrictions.
Right. Well, have you checked out X as a viable platform? Are you doing video or audio only? Both?
But mostly,
Okay. I really.
for the interviews, I don't post them. The studios set them up. So the studios kind of streamline the interview process. They coordinate how the format. Generally, they coordinate the format. So posting an interview on X is not even an option unless I'm the organizer or the one who pitches the talent. And very rarely do I do that. They just pitch me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm available. Then they set up the Zoom link or the telephone call, but generally it's the Zoom link.
Are there some stars that they say, okay, you can interview them, but you can't talk about this? Or you can interview them and you have to talk about this? Do they curate your questions?
Sometimes that happens. It depends on if the celebrity has any salacious gossip going around in the media. Yeah, like Tom Hanks always comes to mind. I've interviewed him put me in front of Pepper and her niece for an interview, they told me before the interview starts, don't ask questions about this, that, and the other. You know, the personal drama was going on off camera. And I said, okay. But as the interview progressed, Pepper brought it up. She brought up the drama. So I'm like, fuck it. He told me not to bring it up. Since she brought it up, she opened the door, I'm gonna walk right in. And so she opened the door, I walked right in, you know, we unpacked that subject. She didn't mind talking about it. So sometimes it's just a matter of reading the room. If the celebrity opens the door to a subject that their handler said don't touch on, then I'm gonna touch on it. Because they've already opened the door, they've already given the green light that we can go there to some degree, you know?
Yeah. Now, there are people on the app who will ask pointed questions, and then when you answer them as honestly as possible, they'll say you're lying, or like, how do you handle the people who, because you're an interviewer, right? You don't ask questions that you don't accept the answers to. Now, you might probe or question their responses, but it's always to get the information, not to call them ratchet lying hoes. So, so what's do you? Hmm, what's your advice on that?
Wait, but what's the question though? I missed the question. How do I?
Yeah, the pointed questions that they don't really care about the answers, and then you take the trouble to answer them, and then they're like, yeah, you're lying. That's not true. Don't believe that. Or, kind of that kind of thing. Did you you just stop engaging with them because they're obviously have an agenda that you're not complying to, so it's making them cranky?
If you mean as it relates to the few folks that I interviewed, I don't really have that problem. One thing that I've learned about the art of the interview is I always ask questions that are designed to get them to open up and to want to overshare. That's the key. And so I always find that the type of questions that I ask, the subject is
compilation of the interviews. They're on public record. It's not like you're saying anything that they didn't tell you. And did they say anything off the, like I wouldn't put anything that they said, now this is off the record, not just between you and I. Like I wouldn't do that because, but yeah, a compilation of your greatest hits, that would be cool.
Oh, I like that. No, I think I like that. A non-compilation. Good idea, Monica. You got the wheel spinning.
I have a couple every once in a while. Not all my ideas, not are good ideas, but sometimes. All right, are we ready to put this room to bed? I really did like this poll question. I think I screenshotted it. I'm gonna have to run it in a couple rooms because I like learning what people want people to talk about, and I think it's very relevant in the culture wars. I think that's how we develop as a society or regress as a society. Um, I had feedback for our new friend um, about him coming down so hard on Shirley. I think he heard whistles that weren't there, but he can.
You know, I agree, and I started to say something too, but I just, other people wanted to talk, so I just let other people talk. Because my point of view was, listen, sometimes Southern white folks just like to find that one black person that they can vibe with. As it relates to soul food, ain't nothing wrong with it. That woman wants to eat some fried chicken and watermelon. Let that woman enjoy her fried chicken and watermelon. That doesn't say you're racist. Who doesn't like fried chicken and watermelon, right?
I have watermelon soaking in amaretto alcohol right now in my fridge. So if you want to judge me, you can.
That sounds delicious.
But yeah.
You know what makes me mad? Like, I got my own issues with Shirley. Like, she's the last person in the world that I want to jump up in the bed, but I don't know. My mom not just raised me. You respect your elders. I don't care how wrong they are. It's just a matter of respecting them.
Congress tour. So I hope you like him and you put it out in the universe that you get to interview him, so I can be in the audience fangirling over Nye and Josh. But this link is how a TikTok craze is healing wounded men, and I just love it. They talk about this prank that you're supposed to play with your friends. Guys just call their male friends at night to say, yeah, I just wanted to wish you a good night, sweet dreams. And their reactions that men have over their men friends checking in on them range from, oh my gosh, like you just saved me from self-harm, to, man, you're weird, get out of here. It's just amazing.
Yes, I have seen some of these viral videos. You're right, they are hilarious.
And he did one about Trump and Elon Musk when the breakup happened. And he opened it telling a story about his elementary school, about how there was a bully that no one liked. He was a big bruiser. He would just be mean to everybody. And then there was this skinny ADHD kid who was annoying as hell and clumsy. And he ran into the bully, and the bully said, "That's it, we're going to fight after school." And he said you never had seen such a unifying event, that everybody was invested in this fight, because they were pretty sure the little guy would not win, but the little guy was so irritating that him being clocked by the big guy would kind of be okay. And then he goes, and then I think about Trump and Elon Musk, and it was just like, that's so funny. It was so good. I'm gonna have to find that one too. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Is it worth me looking for it?
I would like to see it if you send it to me on my back channel.
Yeah, I will.
Before we close the room, if we close the room, well, I think we are. I have to say, I don't see much of my man, Michael Knowles. The algorithm doesn't show me enough Michael Knowles. What's up with that, Monica? You know I'm obsessed with Twitter. Probably never see his videos come down daily. Oh, listen, oh, I. Michael Knowles, I feel like the algorithm does not give this man enough screen time. At least not on my screen. Do you want him on?
Um, I do not. The last time I saw Michael Knowles, he was doing an ad for Prager University, and I like him too. I think he's pretty charming. I'm putting the video, I think it is, his 45-minute video of him talking about Elon Musk and Trump. I think this is it, but I'm not sure. But I'm gonna bring the one where where he's like, men are being healed by a TikTok joke. I need to bring that to a replay on Clubhouse, because anything I can do to support the good men that are going through it, in part by not being recognized as being good, decent men, and in part by the bad element of women folk who insist on trotting good men underneath their heels in pursuit of wallets. Like, I will. Um, just like I will uplift women who are good women against Sig and the Masculinity Mansion, because, hello, not all, some, but not all.
Bye, everyone. Have a good day.
Y'all have a good day.
Alright, and invite all the pink ticket people to join in the muff. The royalty of Clubhouse is here in the muff. We have people that will record with or without our permission. We have no control over that. It's just part of the risk you must risk to get your ideas out on
that series is,
you know, fewer lots of mods, we could, you know, tell you how to get kosher food, but if that doesn't matter, then it doesn't, you know, it's not a problem.
There is facts in the world, yes, there's facts in the world, and there's facts in the world because there's other facts. Those facts substantiate those facts, and so on and so forth. Remember that? Remember the causal chain that I was talking to you about? Right, my causal chain is not broken.
I thought you were just saying you're stating, stronger versions as a fact.
Well, listen, if you're not gonna use the word, then give me the right word to use then, bro.
Well, it's just less about the wording, it's just more of the theory that I'm disagreeing with to an extent, you know, because I see it from a naturalistic point of view, and I think actually you could probably fit that definition to some degree. Exactly.
So listen, all you're doing is kicking the can down the road, my brother. That's what
All I'm saying is that nature is responsible for rather than your deeds.
Alright, then you just kicked it down the road, because I'm gonna tell you that the nature that you rely on to be consistent is gonna be because of my God. So you're not really saying anything by saying that.
I don't allow nature to be consistent, that consistent, you know, it's not always gonna be one thing.
So then how is it intelligible that we now oversight all of that? Because it's falling apart again, rightly speaking.
I'm gonna get hit with a text message, so they're sending it.
Oh, no, 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 you can't go with that theory. That's usually word emergent. That's usually word emergent. That's just stating that the sun is a star, has a certain light. What makes that a fact? Not people they are now, so I don't consistent, it's not consistent with what it is now. You can't look into the future, you can't look into the future that much. Also, we can't tell, we can't use science to tell. They're rethinking the idea of there being a red death. They're starting to rethink that idea that that's probably never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Yes. Everlasting star. Well, there's plenty of ones that are out there that are a lot older than ours. But it doesn't mean they're gonna last forever.
Well, it's defined forever, right? Like a billion years is a very long time.
True, but it still has a finite ending to it.
As far as we know, it's not definitive.
His argument is that basically that it's forever. Not mine. I mean, not forever.
Well, you know, how can these elements evolve within 1 billion years that already happened with the previous billion years? I mean, we don't know. So yeah, it could be forever, we just don't know.
So you're expecting that you're expecting, right, that the way it's uniformed, right, it's called the principle of not the principle of uniformity, uniformitarianism. You're saying that in the beginning of the universe, that the electron weighed exactly the way it does now. So all the predictions that you're going to make about the past and the future, that electron will remain. But Renzo, you don't have evidence to prove that. You're just assuming that. You're just assuming that to be the case so that you can speak intelligently. No, that's not it. If you assume that the sun is not God, it's like it. The red death and how it's explained, they're rethinking that idea. Bottom line is, either or, it's going to not be what it is now. It's going to die, starve itself. No, we can plug up into a black hole. Either way, it's not going to be what it is. It's not going to be what it is now. Black hole is not.
That's not definitive, though.
Good point, David. Okay. So it's not definitive that every star will eventually die. But I mean, if you follow that, you're going to have the fundamental principle astrophysics. Every star will eventually die. Sounds like that principle used to be your God. That principle can't ever change, right? It's part of a scientific understanding that I follow. Sounds like an eternal principle to you, brother. No, it just.
And how many times has science been amended to a different theory?
A lot. True. A lot.
So in the next few billion years before our star supposedly dies, can that happen again?
What exactly is star?
Can the scientific theory, as far as you know it, change in those 1 billion years?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, it's pop-up. Thank you. So then it's not definitive.
But, like I say, for those who follow under science or astrophysics, and I'm not saying I'm an astrophysicist, I'm not an undergrad license course, but I do understand that it is a fundamental principle that every star will eventually die. Okay, because they're fueled by
There was one statement, it was a fundamental principle that Earth was the center of the universe.
But this is the best understanding we can have to work.
Exactly. So, I guarantee you that principle's going to change. That understanding is going to change.
Right now, that's what we have to measure right now. We haven't been correct in the past. We're saying the same what it could be and was not, of course.
You're not being charitable towards his explanation there. He's saying, because he's saying that we thought we were the center of the universe, right? But those scientists
That believed in the geocentric model will still justify by their assumptions and their experience and their experiments, right? They're not completely wrong because it is relative. So we're not going to tell those scientists, oh, you did all this for nothing.
but we still have to understand the universe as itself, the observable universe. We're in the middle of that. Science has a very difficult way of putting this picture out there because it does look like we are the center of the universe, even though we're not, right? Because it's relative to where the center is. Because the center really is really not the center, because the center of gravity of the sun is not the center of the sun, right? Or the center of our Earth. It's the center of gravity in between the star and the planet, right? So what's the center? Is it the center of the Earth, the center of the sun, or the center of gravity? That's the question you gotta ask yourself.
Again, you're going to get my question. You give me little examples to show that science can be faulty.
No, they're still justified by the scientific discoveries because nothing supersedes the observation, right? So the observation of things going around each other, that's observation. We're just looking at it. So all those men that studied the geocentric model and then we switched to the heliocentric model, those men are still remembered as intelligent scientists because they were completely justified by the police that they understood the universe to work in the way it did. So all those experiments are still justified by the belief of geocentrism.
Okay, all right. Now you say all this fancy stuff that we just worked out with these believe that the star and the sun, is not going to die, as you put it, or have to. I don't know. You said something along those lines.
What I was saying before about the Andromeda, right? The Andromeda black hole is that when the star eventually dies, it implodes, it gets so dense, so dense and hard and heavy that even when it gets to the black hole, nothing is going to determine it to fall in or disintegrate. There are still stars today that are circular, that are going around these black holes and are not completely disintegrated or like imploded into the black hole. The remnants of it is still there. So as much as you want to say, well, like all stars die, let me tell you something, Renzo, we don't know. They just turn to a different state.
You can't just say, I don't know if you said it wrong, but you can't say when it dies.
Alright, so but die meaning in the sense of that it doesn't have the rays anymore, but the element of that star is still there. Because it's so heavy.
Okay, and the element of the star give us the same form from the projector, the same way it does as regular.
You see, that's what I mean. The fourth part is depending on our sensory senses, right? It'll just be in a different state, and you're going to tell me things cannot be created or destroyed, right? You're going to use that principle. I'm just going along with the science, right? It's just going to change state. It's going to change state, right? Renzo, you gotta, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna beat you up here, Renzo. I'm just trying to build you up.
I'm just showing you consistency of nature. You said it. You said it.
There you go.
That's very inconsistent. Let's not argue about it. Let's move to the next one.
Right. I said no. I actually think it's going to be inconsistent here. I don't rely on inconsistency.
Let's just rely on God and you'll be fine.
Well,
Amen.
That's nice, Jazzy. Let's go, Jazzy.
all right, so let's continue on, boy. I know you guys have fellas, man. Come on, man. You guys have fellas. That was the only response to consistency. I don't think you said anything else. You got anything else, though? I actually want to go. I ain't gonna go back to that.
Yeah, but we already beat you in the debate. You want to debate the old wisdom.
Which one I lost that, man? Which one? I know we want to take L's and wins, man. We just.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, I'll take a W. That's fine. You don't have to. Well, you
You're
doing science, it's a tentative. It's a tentative. No, you never actually hold on to.
Right, because you never know.
That's true, because at that point it's like waiting to change. And so if anything, I take these adages, I take the dog. I mean, the SARC could explode in like 8 minutes from now, and I could be wrong. You're right.
I like the other discussion before.
I mean, that's only, I think you play for the 12 minute now.
No, you play stupid when it comes to the evolution. I'll say that.
I play stupid, honestly, because y'all be saying a lot of like really suspect, and like, I'm not gonna sit here and explain things to you guys. I'm not gonna sit here, because then that's when you guys start trolling, right? And once I start explaining it by saying one thing, if I misspeak about one little aspect, you guys are just gonna work on that one thing, right? Instead of building and letting that stuff go, you just want to harp on that one topic type thing, and then the build is gone, and then everybody starts crashing out, and oh, you're stupid, you're stupid. You know what? Honestly, I'd rather just have you say bullshit, right? So I'm not here to teach nobody nothing.
Oh, no, man.
I'm just here to teach. I'm just here to teach you things. That's it. That's it.
Grace, bro. I'm gonna give you grace. I just want to build, I just want to see where it's gonna go. Make it a little more critical. Okay, but since you disagree with evolution, coming from nature, from us evolving naturally, through natural selection and things of that nature, I mean, can you still ban that argument of a naturalistic explanation of evolution?
Still personally.
You're gonna have to explain naturalism. Like, we're gonna have to agree on a definition of naturalism, and I think that's gonna be a difficult one.
Okay, how about that? Just change the wording. How about, I mean, even though we understand nature, so that evolution came about through nature.
I have a distinction. I have a nature, nurture, I have a creator-creature distinction. So my creator-creature, my presuppositions are gonna be different from yours.
Right.
Because I believe in a creator, in a creature.
But if I ask you to still man Mars, you should be able to do the same thing.
If the creator created nature, then
That's it.
You know, I used to shut up while you're just sitting there like a mute.
So, Joe, what are you doing up here?
What's it look like?
No, I mean, what are you doing up here?
Yeah.
You trying to fuck us? When was the last time you fought for anyone but yourself?
I understand your point of view because I cannot be a material aspect or a physical aspect. That's within my paradigm. So it's not so much that I disagree with materialism or physicalism. I just think there is ontological principles that can define what that is. Because that's not the only thing. That's not what's ontological. It's the physical. There is the physical and non-physical. And also I find it the non-physical. Just go into the physical with you because then I feel hard myself. That's right.
I'm not spending my final hours with YouTube visual shits.
You're not a scientific realist because that don't make no sense. What he's talking about? Science ain't real. It's ever-changing theories. Y'all be falling out, man. Don't argue with concrete. The fuck we did? Boy, shut up. I don't know you.
This is irrational. Science isn't real because it's ever-changing.
And no, you know what's real? Facts. And what they do is tell you that science is real, but science is science. Right? There's a lot of flaws and flaws and false narratives in science.
This is our
Okay, so how come Einstein's theory of relativity was so different from Newtonian gravity? Oh, because science is accurate. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Two scientists, two different theories about the same concept. Like I said, keep on believing these crackers if you want to. Your ass gonna be dumber than a box of rocks.
Science is
So
not science.
she brings up an interesting point there, and I want Dave to piggyback here. the right language, but when it comes to Newtonian physics, right, Renzo? We're not going to use that logic in Newtonian physics that we would for quantum mechanics, right? It doesn't apply. So that logic in quantum mechanics is going to be different than the logic that we use in quantum mechanics, correct? Do you understand that? Yes. So the observation, nothing supersedes the observation, right? So we adjust the logic so we can understand the observation. We're not gonna use the logic of Newtonian physics in quantum mechanics. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you, Renzo? Because that's what I'm saying. And I think that's what you are kind of doing, right? You're using the same logic that you used it.
No, that's correct, because like what you understood about protons and electrons and neutrons, that goes out the window once you get into quantum physics, quantum mechanics, because you get inside. You understand what quants do. What quants do is actually more important to why neutrons, electrons, protons move the way they do, because it has nothing to do with protons and neutrons and electrons. It has to do with quants. So yeah, there's a lot of those theories out the window. We're still in the very early stage of understanding, quantum mechanics. So it's science. It keeps changing.
So scientific argument bitch. So scientific argument based on the fossil record. So the scientific argument for evolution based on the fossil record.
Fossil. That's lowbrow thinking.
It's only one variable, is it not? I mean, it's not the only thing. I'm talking about like comparative anatomy. What else we got here?
Yeah, that's low resolution thinking. That's low resolution thinking.
So DNA and all the genetic evidence, that has nothing to do with evolution. Like, you can't use that for evolution. You're saying that's just low brow thinking. That's just dismissed.
The reason why we say
you're about fossils, yeah. It's like
the reason why we say low brow, it's not an insult. It's not an insult, but
It shows progression. It shows
relying on time. Listen, all you're doing is relying on time. All you're doing is relying on time to begin.
Yeah, so it's basically two different disciplines, right? It's basically trying to take Bonquisha and using that information to understand like a real.
Understand concrete.
This information to like determine what a good woman is.
Hey, the woman that got this concrete don't understand what's going on, so he starts to add on.
So if you use
Concrete was lost. Can someone explain to him what we're talking about?
to try to understand it, good woman
Concrete.
Jasmine, this is the ghetto, Jasmine.
you literally have to get a good woman to understand a good woman, not a Bonquisha. Not gonna work. You're just gonna always come to bad conclusions about good women if you use Bonquisha.
Sound like Jasmine.
I was just a little wrong back.
You said I can't use a Bonquisha to measure what it is to be a woman.
Exactly.
And we can't use a behavior to measure what a black man is either. You goddamn Caribbean nigga. Shut up, you're not black. We can't use a behaviorist to know about black Americans. You can't use a man that sits on Clubhouse in bars and nobles all day to know what's going on with black men. You're not a normal black man. And you're also not a white man. You're just a nigga that wants to be white. You're just a nigga that wants to be smart. And you was sitting here lost as hell. And you know who wasn't lost? Bonquisha.
Let's get back to it.
Bonquisha was here.
From my research with evolution through the scientific mechanism, they look at the fossil record for scientists. They study the transitional fossils that display characteristics of different species that descended together. Just like
But that doesn't tell us the conditions, though. That's not going to explain the exact conditions as what's going on. So we this whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. It gives you an idea of the process of.
No, it's not a process. It's not a process. record, you can see the changes over time being done.
Yeah, but see, now you're making this, but see what you're doing? You're making this a philosophical argument. You're not making this a scientific argument. You're not making this. Yeah, you're not making it a scientific argument. You're not.
It's based on science.
No, here we go with the science word.
Think about it. Think about it. Right? Paleontology.
Philosophy.
Paleontology is a philosophy. A science. No, it's not. It's a science.
No.
Paleontology means science.
Biology means science.
Right, and paleontology means the study of ancient life and fossils.
Science is a lot more.
Still. Wait.
Science exposes naturalism. Nah, naturalism exposes naturalism. Science. Stop, man. Science is philosophy, bro. What are you talking about?
Somebody else.
Yeah.
So science is philosophy.
It's a very rigorous version of philosophy. It's just this particular brand of it. That's all it is. It has certain conditions, like you have to measure shit, you have to be able to repeat stuff. That's all it is. You have to assume natural rule. You have to assume, yeah, that's a whole bunch of stuff. There's nothing natural about guessing how old something is. No, naturalism means that, hey, science says like something, scientists assert that if like a phenomenon is instead of a naturalistic explanation rather than a supernatural explanation. That's science. No, that's not science, dumbass.
Oh my God.
It's something wrong with me. Look up the definition of science. I'm not going to help you. You deserve it.
So here, I'm using another. I tried to cut me off, man. So here, let's do Spoonquisher as an example.
Because this dumbass nigga not adding nothing to the conversation. And y'all keep letting dumbass black men that don't do nothing late grab a fucking concrete now. Concrete all about science. This nigga doesn't know about science. He's a dumbass black criminal nigga. He's a criminal black man. Period. Concrete. I can't even hear you. That's sad. All I hear is wow, 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 wow. Cry baby, bitch. Cry baby, bitch. Cry baby, bitch. Cry baby, bitch.
Wait, Marcus, no, it was statement that everybody agrees that science is a philosophy, and I still disagree. I'm just seeing if y'all agree with this or not. No, science and philosophy are distinct disciplines. While they are related and influence each other, they are not the same. Science is a systematic process of acquiring knowledge through observation and experimentation, while philosophy is a broader field focused on fundamental questions about existence, knowledge, values, reasons, mind, and language.
Observation. So after the observation, right, after we collect the data, right, do we get experience from the data or the observation? Data. Yes, the experience is not from the data. The data is just numbers on a page, right? But the experience is where we get the understanding. Because anecdotal. So because
stuff.
What about Mohammed David, Davram Fried?
Those are big ones.
Yeah.
Those are great. There's a really good. There's like. Have you ever been here? It's a contest. It was like boys groups.
I've never heard of that. I've heard of some Yeshiva Boys Choir, Miami Boys Choir.
Yeah, Miami is a big one. It's always the best.
Did you check out John Kitover?
if you ever want to hear any Visual saxophone, it's a really, really great tenor. Strong voice. His name is Bill Zriev, and it's just powerful. And there's a song called Roberto Villano. Yaku. Ooh, Yaku. Shabbat shalom all.
Yaakov.
Yeah, no, are you there?
I don't think he's there.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just trying. Maybe you would.
Yeah. And he haven't, I don't know if he's closed the app, is he still here?
He probably left his phone somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell, that's what we need. Maybe we could get Leslie back in here, or Jeff.
Yep, hold on.
Oh, maybe Lawrence. Maybe you could call Jeff or text him.
Hold on. I'm working on something. Give me a second.
talk to in a while.
We ended this room, like Rena and I left. And I see what's happening here. I'm not really in for this, but yeah, I understand now. Lawrence, thank you. Yeah, was Yakov there?
No.
I suggest everyone just leave.
Yeah.
So confused. Wait, were there just people? Is there something? Huh?
Lawrence. Lawrence.
Sorry. The volume turned down.
Oh, no, I'm trying to get Lawrence. Hey, Lawrence, can you go ahead and kick this guy from the ring? In the, what? No, kick the guy and help the Vortex kick the guy out. I don't have this guy. Policy, man. Whatever. Kick.
Can you check your Insta? Lawrence, yeah, sure.
Lawrence, can you use authenticate with me?
Yep. What's John doing? John, don't record the room, please. I don't see anything. I don't see anything there, Lawrence.
Gee, I love this talk.
so they would be, generally speaking, they adhere to and accepted the ethnic Korea historically.
So, when American Capital says that they are much less fanatical, shall we say, and they're observant of Islam, more liberal, more Western leaning, while at the same time being very strict on crime, surely you don't disagree with me.
No, in terms of crime, they're very strict on crime. Like, I don't believe in leniency of crime, actually. I think that, personally, I think that countries like the United Kingdom, various other countries, they should bring back things like the death penalty, capital punishment. Also, crimes against children. What have they been about?
Largely uncivilized, so it's actually unbelievable.